when we come back after.
And where is this to be? And where does this go?
Welcome to Bengaluru, the capital city of Karnataka, also known as the Garden City, and for long considered one of the leading IT hubs of India. Blessed with great weather for most part of the year, Bengaluru is a leading center of sporting activity in India. It also happens to be the host city for the third edition of the Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational. The Prestige Golfshire Club is a 275-acre premier golf course owned by the Prestige Group. The course measures over 7,000 yards from the championship tees. Employing the undulating contours of a link course and a distinctive bunker style, this golf course offers a natural beauty and an uncompromised golfing experience. The Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational was jointly launched in 2022 by Kapil, Grand Thornton Bharat and PGTI as a first-of-its-kind event with a unique format and a prize purse of 1 crore. The tournament held at DLF Golf and Country Club featured India's leading professionals as well as amateurs, including celebrities and corporate leaders. Besides the individual professional competition, the tournament also featured a Pro-Am competition in 3 rounds. Besides the individual professional competition, the tournament also featured a Pro-Am competition in rounds 3 and 4, where each professional teamed up with 3 amateurs, adding a new dimension to the contest. Varun Parekh of Ahmedabad won the inaugural edition of the event by an impressive 5-shot margin to bag his maiden title. Varun received the winner's jacket from none other than Indian cricket legend MS Dhoni, who also played the tournament as an amateur. The second edition of the event once again staged at the DLF Golf and Country Club and was played in the same format, witnessed an enhanced prize purse of 2 crores. Karan Pratap Singh of Gurugram won the event with a 2-shot margin to lift his second trophy and drive away with a Skoda Slavia car. Karan Pratap received a winner's jacket from Indian cricket star Yuvraj Singh, who also competed in the tournament as an amateur. The third edition now moves to a new venue, Prestige Golfshire in Bengaluru, with a changed format and an inclusion of lady professionals in the main professional competition. It will be a 54-hole championship where 60 men and 12 women professionals will compete for the same prize purse. The event will also feature 3 Pro-Am rounds in a rotational format with 48 professionals teeing off in the morning, while the remaining 24 pair up with 72 amateurs in the afternoon session.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to round 1 of the Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. We are bringing you the live telecast from Prestige Golfshire Club, this magnificent venue, and it's a first of its kind event with men and lady professionals playing alongside each other, and there'll also be amateurs joining them in the Pro-Am session, which will be in the afternoon. In the meantime, in the morning, we've got off to a great start here in round 1 with all the pros playing in the morning session. We've had some outstanding scores. There's great weather here, 29 degrees Celsius. There's a little wind here, and you can see the pristine golf course behind me. Players will be trying their best to negotiate the tough and challenging conditions here. I'm joined by my fellow presenter, Mr. Ishan D'Souza. We'll be talking about the round more in detail, but first we have a look at the highlights from the morning session.
KDGT 2025 begins with all eyes on the star golfing couple Ajitesh Sandhu and Twesa Malik, who are teeing off alongside big gun Gaganjeet Bhullar. Top pros Rahil Ganji, Arjun Prasad and former Order of Merit winner Obi Chauhan are clubbed together as well. But it was leading women's pro Riddhima Dilavari who made early strides on day 1, as the players brace up to the challenges of this picturesque golf course.
Well, we are back live from the Prestige Golfshire, and I have Ishan D'Souza with me, my fellow presenter. Ishan, what do you make of the start to the day?
Nikhil, just first, honestly, I think it's a red-letter day for Indian golf today, where the first time ever we have the men and the women competing for equal prize money, a joint sanction event of the WGI and the PGTI. I think the top players from both the tours are here competing out there. And the morning start has been great. We just saw Rashid Khan and all have just turned their 9. Scores have been great. Arjun Prasad at 8 under. I think he must be on the 13th hole, if I'm not mistaken. We've got some of the lady pros, Ridhima Dilav and Hitashi Bakshi right up there. Rahil Ganji, Gaganjit Buller are also at 3 under, which are right up there and kind of competing for the top of the leaderboard on day 1.
Ishan, what do you make of the conditions here? There's a slight wind and very good balmy weather, one can say.
Yeah, it is, honestly. And honestly, yesterday when the pros were out here practicing, the wind was actually very, very down. And today it's really picked up. Like you mentioned, it's 29 degrees, but the wind is really picked up today. So it's going to get tougher as the day goes along. The green speed today is 10.3. So it's going to be on the higher side, which is going to be quick for these pros as well. So they got to really stick it out there, make their par, and whenever they get their chances, make their birdies and move on.
And, have you spoken to the players, the men and the ladies? What's the feedback from them about this new format?
No, I have actually. I've been speaking to a bunch of them, and they're really, really excited about this. The draws are also mixed up, so there are ladies and men playing together. That's also first in Indian golf. I mean, people have had exhibition matches, but I don't think anyone has ever seen something like this in the country. And I think even in the world, it's only in a very few tournaments that this actually happens. So this is really going to take off, and I think this is the start of something much bigger.
So there you have it. You heard it from Ishan. This was our first of its kind event with a mixed format, men and ladies. And now it's back to the commentator's box.
And of course, we will also have Ashwin Krishna go along. And welcome to the third edition of the Kapil Dev Grand Invitational, playing in this lovely city, the garden city of Bengaluru. A tournament with 60 male professionals and 12 women professionals from the TI. For the first time ever, the PGTI and the WGAI have come together for these a massive 2 crore prize pairs will be given out between the 72 players who will be featuring in this 3-day 72 hole, a unique format. As we go along, we will keep the format also to our viewers. A very, very breaking here. Rahul, any opening words from you?
Yeah, most definitely, Swami. It's very encouraging, like you see this, and equally encouraging is in early action today. We have the leader, Arjun Prasad, is at 8 under. Dilavari, who is one of the 12 WGI players in the field, is currently second behind him. So, I mean, we have to both the PGTI and the WGA, and also Kapil Dev for taking this event what it was for the first 2 editions that we saw here in the to this where he's brought in where they mix the 2 fields and playing for the same prize. It's the first time ever it's being done in India. So I'm actually really looking forward to how it's out, because we've always seen and felt that they don't lack in anything. What actresses is how they match the men in terms of tee off, where they have a different how they match the men in terms of covering the distance to the flag after finishing on the greens.
So today actually began that was Ankar Chima holding the putt from nice distance for about 6 to 8 feet. Wonderful there. Ankar Chima is there playing alongside Akshay Sharma and Pukhraj Singh Gill, who has been in excellent form of late. And so here the beginning of 6:30, with the first group having Buller, Aditesh Sandhu, Tresa Malik. Aditesh Sandhu and Tresa Malik, the honors also. Wonderful to see a husband and wife golfing both alongside Gaganjit Buller, India's most successful player, with 11 wins. So the 3 balls are going to be played right up till the morning, and of course the last tee off will be at 9 o'clock. Khalid Joshi, Abhinav Lohan, and Kartik Sharma. So that is 48 players are playing the morning wave of the tournament, and there will be another 12 the other remaining men players. The women will also play in the afternoon as a shotgun start. So very unique. Stagger start in the morning, shotgun in the evening, and all told over 3 days, all these players, the professionals, will be playing 72 holes, which means a lot of golf, and this is 2 crores.
And a little more on camera, as you can see. It's interesting, Swami, that this is probably the first time this format is being tried out in India. You will know better, of course, whether how the Pebble Beach, the major programs in the US and UK are played out. But I think their educational system, I think out of the 12 women, 8 of them are playing in the groups up front. That is, the what you're seeing on camera are the threesomes, only professionals. The remaining, like Swami mentioned just now, the remaining 24 who will play in the afternoon. That will be a single professional playing alongside 3 amateurs, and that number will be on a basis. That is, the 24 who are playing alongside the amateurs will no longer do so, and from the 48 above, 24 will play tomorrow, and the remaining 24 will play the day after. So it's like a even rotation. Everybody gets equal chances. Today, if you're playing with an amateur, tomorrow and day after, you play alongside fellow professionals, and so on and so forth. So that's the way this is going to pan out, and very interesting to see how it goes, because here you have 3 professionals playing alongside each other. So the focus and concentration for me will be absolute. What will be interesting to see is the in the afternoon wave, when you have one professional playing alongside 3 amateurs in the pro am, how much of focus or will it take away, or how will it add to the game? Will it make any difference? That, of course, we will see as the day pans out, or rather, meaning the next 3 days pan out. So, but like I said, even Stevens, because the 24 who are playing alongside the amateurs today will no longer do so after today. Many who have teed off today in the professional setup, that is the first morning wave. 24 will come into the pro am tomorrow, and the remaining 24 will come to the pro am the day after.
So that was a pretty detailed and fairly loose explanation of the format. So there's Rashid Khan, who's playing alongside Ani Basoya, and the women professional with them is Neha Kapil. So all of them are it's a professional. Most of them actually playing with all of them actually playing with 2 men and 1 lady professional. And all the names like Trump, you've got Thomas with the hat coming back from Italy, and of course he was very happy to have made the cut in recent weeks, and of course showing how the work is there. As the began pretty early in the morning. We're bringing you the count from 10 o'clock onwards. The play began early in the morning at 1:30. On fire has been Arjun Prasad, as we do action live from Prestige Golfshire in Bengaluru, the unique Kapil Grand Thornton Invitational. Interestingly, Rahul GT and his Grand Thornton also have a mixed event on the PGA Tour. Also, they've been having it for the last 3 years. Of course, that has been in existence for a very, very long time. But this the format where they have 16 teams with one male and one professional has been on for 3 years. So Grant Thornton brought in somewhat of a similar mixed format here into India also. But in this case, the number of professionals is 7, which is like 16 men and a dozen women.
This is a nice touch we are seeing, Swami. Make sure the pace of play stays even and quick. They've given everybody plays using cart. This is a long minute. It may not be in terms of distance on hole 2 from tee to green, but between tees, you often have very walk, in fact, long drives. So giving everybody carts is a very extremely simple idea, which will help up Rahil Ganji on your screen right now. He's now of course a student. Did all his early golf and born and brought up in Kolkata, but now a Bangalore resident. So he will also feel a certain amount of comfort, I'm sure. Of course, he must be pretty used to playing. And as we go along, I'm sure you'll see better of this most magnificent golf course. It's on the outskirts of Bengaluru, and has been laid out and now maintained by an entire company which maintains high standards, and it has won more than one award in the last few years. In fact, it's quite a regular award winner when it comes to best maintained course, best course, etc.
There is this group of course, Rahil Kanji there, playing alongside Rahil Kanji, Ajmal, and so they have them actually ran home about Shahan. So they've been doing pretty well. Shahan, a former PGTI Order Merit winner, and Arjun Prasad has been in some splendid form. Being pretty close. Rahul was leading off a lot of stats about Arjun Prasad. He's still searching for his first win. I'm sure he's got that side.
To see him complete the putt, green speeds at 10.3. We've been told that at Stimp is 10.3 green speed, but Arjun coming down the hill maybe overcooked a little ball, nipping in and out from the.
He's had a stick start there. 8 under through 12 holes. 10, 11, and 12, he went 3 in a row. And of course, 6 holes left. There are 2 more par 5s to come. So you guys will see a fifth or not again. That is to be seen. So 8 under now or Prasad through 12. At the previous event which we saw, Kshitij Javed Kaul shot at 60, and here is some really low scoring, speaks volumes about the kind of standard this is able to see on the PGTI.
Well, just on feed one, as Swami was speaking, you saw Om Prakash Chauhan's out on his part along almost on the same lines as Arjun Prasad shortly minutes before him. And this is Rahil now and feed one lining up his putt. Live feed 2, it's a full shot, panoramic view behind. Rahil goes for the, and he too just left a little something out there. So coming back to live feed 2, there's a lake that runs around the front of this course. In fact, on this hole that the 3 on live 2 are on, you have to, the men professionals have to hit over water that's about almost 170, 180 yard carry. So right, a bit of a test, not a these guys and who routinely carry 230, 240, and the losses who run for the green in one, but slight danger there because this is a sloping green. It's very fast and so to virtually unguarded. There is nothing. There is no collar between the edge of the green and the lake. So it's a tricky one.
On the live view, we have Ridhima Dilwani playing alongside Satalwan and Yashash Chandra. Yashash Chandra, just like 12 years old. And of course,
in fact, Swami, my very well represented because you have Vidatri and Pranavi Earth beside us. So Bangalore and Mysore together, I think, putting up a fairly formidable challenge for the Grand Thornton 2025, a 2 crore rupee event being brought to you from Golfshire Golf Course on the outskirts of Bangalore.
You see Ridhima on the screen. So Ridhima is playing at 1 under through 12 holes. Regularly on the ladies European show, and of course the WGA's women's professional golf show, where she's won multiple times. And here is Satya Talwar. It was called the second ranked tour, the Hotel Planet Tour, which is the second ranked tour. And he did figure in a couple of events in the Middle East, the Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and he did pretty decently. He made the cut in both the races. He wants to play as he can on the international circuit and try and get the TP World card in the near future. Again, burning the edges. With the green speed of 10.3, you want to be careful to actually putting uphill. So even the narrowest of margins could cost you a shot. So as we just saw, let's just do that. So it's quite interesting there. And here we have a subset again. Again, as well we were mentioning, the use of cards is going to ensure that the pace of play is. Oh, there it is. Curls in from the outside and drops there. His relief.
I think it was he made the most of the reads from the player. No, they may not have had the same line, but at least he got a good idea of the speed. So another one, it curled in literally this almost away and out of the cup, but he played it softly in order to drop in. Yasha's cleaning up. Will feel that he's missed out over here. A replay of.
Nice study that there you see, and of course, so satisfying to see the ball drop in there. Usually, there's always you miss a heartbeat, when the ball just that. And on the screen, you have Tessa there. Yes, it is Tessa. She's come to hole 16.
Back to action there. Two screens there. On the left side, you see Amandeep Dral. Wani Kapoor. And that's Tapin Tapi Kai, winner last week at the Kalans Open.
The PGTI has maintained a very fast and furious pace for me this last month. I think we've had an event every week.
Absolutely non-stop. As Aman was saying, Aman Raj, I had a chat with him, and he was generally saying there's been so much of golf, but he also said we are very grateful simply because there's so many opportunities for us. Unfortunately, the Asian Tour, where many of these boys play, hasn't had much of a schedule. So the Indian boys have been extremely fortunate that they have a lot of events to play for on the PGTI. Almost a dozen events here, lots of prize money out there. So, it's been a good going for them. And of course, after this, we'll have a short summer break when the weather really gets oppressive. And then they will be back in action from July, August.
Well, Aman just missing out on his putt there from his range. He won't be happy about that.
He's coming back from an injury, and for him to be able to play pain-free, as he said, is a big relief for him. On live feed 1, you see Thangaraja. Aman Raj with his distinctive hat.
He's probably the most recognizable figure on the PGTI, Swami, other than probably Angan, who's also very easy to spot, and of course Udayan Mane.
Of course.
I'll now hand over to our fellow commentator Ashwin Krishnan, who's been eagerly waiting to join you all. And Swami and Ashwin will take you through the next half hour of action at the Prestige Golfshire in Bangalore.
Thank you, Rahul. And so we've got Ashwin, who's been here on the commentary box quite a few times in the past. He's going to be here with me for the next 30 minutes, and then Rahul will be back to take my place. So that's going to be interesting. Welcome, Ashwin.
Thank you, sir. And it's an honor to be commentating with the two of you, legends of journalism, especially sports journalism.
Very interesting thing, Ashwin, this time I noticed was that the PGTI has taken another huge positive step here at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton event. All the players, all the caddies are wearing caddy bibs with the names of the player at the back. So the spectators, if any, youngsters, if any, will also find it extremely easy to identify the players, and that's how we build heroes and stars for our on our golf circuit, on our golf community, both men and women. That was Tresa Malik. A long putt. A bit tentative about this, has left a lot of work to be done.
Tresa Malik playing with husband Ajitesh Sandhu. How often has that happened on the Indian tour, sir?
Oh, I don't think it's ever happened. Of course, except when they're playing for practice or for fun. And Gaganjeet Bhullar, a bit of a slightly longish hair, something which he hasn't sported in a long time. Stylish young man from Kapurthala, 11 international wins. He's also got one of those wins came in a co-sanction event with the DP World Tour, and that came in Fiji.
Tantalizingly close.
Yes,
A little to the left, it could have dropped. Gaganjit was also at Paris for the Olympics this year.
that's right. Gaganjeet Bhullar, he made his Olympic debut in Paris. He is a past medalist at the Asian Games. Back in 2006, when as an amateur, he played alongside Anirban Lahiri, Chirag Kumar, and Joseph Chakola, and the team won a silver medal. And he was his father was an athlete who had played a lot of Asian games, etc. So for him, in a family which is full of sports persons, going to the Olympics was a big deal for him, and it really ticked off another box for him in his life. Of course, as he said, it would have been better if I'd been contending or got close to a medal. I'm sure that will come. Gaganjit has still got age on his side in the mid 30s. Ajitesh Sandhu almost in the same place as Bhullar. So that was a bit of aim point practice there from Twesa, working out ahead of a putt. A longish putt for her.
Also looks a little downhill.
It does. I find it quite interesting, Twesa, often her name is used as Twesa Malik, and sometimes as Twesa Malik Sandhu, and sometimes as Twesa Sandhu. I wonder which one of them is her preference. Nice putt out there on the 17th for Twesa Malik.
of the action, and if you're in the contention and you have to, sort of cope with the whole business of playing alongside three amateurs who will be equally keen on their game,
True.
who will have their own little competition and their own little side bets and so on and so forth. So all of that, yeah, it's going to be very. As I said, I'm really fascinated to see how this plays out. It's a longish putt there, just staying a little on the high side.
The other thing we were just discussing was the length of the golf course. Like you mentioned, this is also a 7,000-yard golf course with distance of the golf drive increasing because of equipment and research and development. Obviously, golf courses are being redesigned, but where there is scarcity of land, where you can't really keep increasing it, there may be a day when you have an 8,000-yard golf course. But the point is, isn't it easier to make it more undulating and more challenging around the greens? And I'm sure they do that, right? To make it more testing. It's not only about distance all the time.
See, there are so many schools of thought about this when it comes to golf design. Each you have 4 or 5, 6 best-known designers who each have their own. It's a lot like Formula One tracks. There's one designer will have a certain layout he always has in mind, which he implements. Like we saw, the most recent one that was built here in India, of course, no longer in use now. But that follows a certain pattern, but may not be the same. Then again, you have a city circuit, street circuit. Similarly with golf courses, depending on the layout. Kalhar, again, going back to it, was a fascinating example. I was told by my fellow commentator there, Shivas Nath, that he saw that course being built from virtually from its inception, and it was literally flat farmland, which has been turned into this fabulous layout, which is undulating. It's got, about 1/3 of the course, Ashwin, is water bodies.
Wow.
Gives you an idea of how tough it can get out there. So it depends on, that was done by Jack Nicklaus. Now we saw what has happened with the DLF, the back nine, that is Gary Player design.
True.
So each designer brings his own philosophy, brings his own way of testing. Some use whatever is available in terms of the topography. Some prefer to create it entirely on their own.
Is it the longest course in India, Kalhar?
I would suspect so, yes. A local lad of sorts, Yashas Chandra, lining up what would be one of his closing hole putts.
The vagaries of golf. Arjun Prasad had an eagle, a blemish-free round all the way up to the 12th. Had an eagle on the 13th, but followed that up with a double bogey on the very next hole. Unforgiving. The sport.
All you need to do, Ashwin, is be 2 inches offline with your tee shot. And you can find yourself in a lot of grief. And of course, like this, sometimes if you look down the leaderboard, there are a fairly healthy number of double bogeys, which I suspect is a function of the water. Almost a third of the holes on this course are flanked or surrounded by water. So that's a more often than not at this level, it really doesn't matter. Ridhima now with her putt looking to finish things off.
The biggest culprit is the first hole. It's got 4 double bogeys, including people like
It is probably one of the toughest holes on this course. In fact, I've played this a couple of times, few more than once. And all my friends there, in fact, my brother-in-law is a very regular player at Prestige. He, in fact, owns some property close by. He says getting for Ridhima closing things off. 18th hole. It's a smile on her face. It's not done too badly, obviously. Saptak and Yashas all sharing hugs and greetings and thank yous for the day. So, like coming back to that first hole, it says for even a decent amateur to get a bogey is a creditable effort. So it's not a very long one, but the green is on it's like a semi island. So you have to be very precise. I mean, this, in fact, all of this, the entire course demands a fair degree of precision. So like you pointed out, the number of double bogeys on that hole is simply a function of the design. It's got very thick rough on the right and water beyond that, and then the green itself is guarded by not just water. Then it's almost it's like a beach, like a beach bunker, which you have to. That's interesting because it's a long hole, but not particularly testing, if I remember rightly. But anyway, who are we to debate on? In fact, I would put even the sixth hole as a fairly testing one. And if you hit the ball long, then you're green side very quickly. But it's kind of downhill dogleg right, and there's water in between. And there's a brook, and then the green itself again is surrounded by water. So yeah, there are some interesting holes. Yeah, I mean, like I was telling Swami a little just before you joined us, Declan, who manages the course, is an Australian gentleman. Declan McCollum, who runs it on behalf of Troon International, who actually managed the property. He is a former professional, himself, a PGA professional. He says for amateurs, it may be a tough course, but for even a reasonably competent professional, there's a very low score to be had out. And I think Arjun Prasad and more than Gaganjeet and O.P. Chauhan, Angad Chima, who are all playing in fairly low numbers, are just proving that.
Interesting stat. I'm a stats geek, sir. So do bear with me.
Please share. I'm sure our viewers and listeners will be fascinated.
Interesting stat is the toughest hole on the course, stroke index 1, the par 5 third hole, has today 19 birdies and 1 eagle.
That's what I mean. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not quite sure why this is an index 1 because it's not really that. It's the first hole which is quite frightening, honestly, and the sixth one. These are the two that give most. Some courses you have very small greens, so that amplifies the danger, and you don't have a lot of protection for the green in terms of bunkers surrounding it. I mean, 3 or 4 do, but not too many. So in that sense, putting it close to the edge also may not be that much of a factor. I'm sure Chari has factored all of that in the fact that there will be, for all 3 days, a good part of the tournament will involve amateurs. So that certainly is a very good question, Ashwin. And I'm really curious to see how it plays out. But today, from what I saw, the pin placings was a good number of them are close to the edges. Arjun Prasad just shaving the lower side of that with his putt. I'm glad to see they're identifying labels. Swami and I were discussing this a little yesterday. He suggested to the PGTI that all the players' caddies bibs should have the names on it because it helps everybody. We are taking these pictures to many thousands of people. Very varying assessments on how many titles he exactly has won. He claims to have won in excess of 100. We must, like you, Swami is another very stats man. History and stats is very important to him. When he comes on air, we must ask him. He's actually followed the game for so long.
True.
He will probably have a very accurate idea of exactly what Mukesh has done over the years.
Stats and anecdotes.
Of course.
Swami sir is a reservoir.
Right.
Relatively large one.
Rahil
for
Ganji
both.
finishing off his round for the day. He will be happy that he's done. Now calls Bangalore home. And you can see on your screen exactly what we're talking about. Arjun Prasad's caddy had his name on the bib, which is a most welcome move. There are, in fact, a lot of innovative things happening with the PGTI this year, Ashwin. The fact that they have opted for to allow the players to use shorts, which in a country like ours, it makes eminent sense. I mean, it's just ridiculous to make them play in trousers in 40 plus degree heat. So yeah, we right on cue, Rashid Khan pops up on your screen with in shorts.
I don't think I've ever seen him in shorts.
Yeah.
Rashid Khan.
This fact, he's one of the first to take to it, and ever since that's been allowed, I have not seen him in trousers after that. Thanks to the PGTI and ABP, we are following a lot of the action live. So we do get to see at least the final 2 days of every event. And unlike this event, of course, we are coming to you live on all 3 days. This is the third edition of the 2 crore rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational. And for the first time, this is a mixed field, 60 men and 12 top lady pros playing for one prize purse.
Do you think this format will catch on, or do you think it's a
I would certainly hope so, and I'm sure that with the sort of innovative thinking that Kapil Dev and the new chief executive of the PGTI, Amandeep Joel, have brought in, and we've heard Kapil over the years talk to us repeatedly ever since he took over as president. He wants to do things a little bit more for the players, and widen the pool, allow young juniors, give them more scope, give the women pros more scope. So, and he's actually doing it, and he's not talking about it. So here you have somebody who's walking his talk. So I would certainly hope to see more of this, and most certainly as a starting point to see the KDGT become a mixed event for from now onwards. It's a very, very good first step.
It'll be interesting to watch India's top juniors also compete against alongside the top women and men golfers in a pro tournament. Obviously, competing for in the amateur category, but
Two fabulous tee shots on your screen just now. This is the par 3 16th. I beg your pardon, par 3 17th hole. 15th. This is the one that faces again, has a long trough on one side and the lake beyond it again onto your left.
not a single birdie on this hole yet today. Though we've still got the
Not an
field
easy one.
coming up. We have 2 bogeys though. Well, that's going to change soon because one of these putts is sure to drain.
Again, going back to that point of our drone pilots are back in action, ladies and gentlemen. As you see them, a fabulous view from the. I suspect this is from the clubhouse outwards.
And those houses on the side, I mean, love to have a house there.
Oh, it's like I said, my brother-in-law actually owns one of these villas.
Oh wow!
So it's along the fourth fairway, midway along the fourth fairway. So if you're done with playing, you can sit on the back veranda and watch the action from there if you like for the rest of the day. Plenty of red soil. This is the Deccan Plateau, which is essentially a red soil oriented. Tangaraja with his putt. He will also be coming to the end of his round. Playing alongside Amandeep Kaur and Shaurya Bhattacharya. Shaurya, young man, very promising. Last rookie of the year, PGTI rookie of the year last year. Sorry, a winner once this year. Shaurya trained by Rahul Bajaj, a former Asian Games team medalist. Was a good player in his own health due to, I think, for whatever reason, he's had to give up playing, and he's now on his way to becoming a very successful coach.
Rahul and you share the same home course, isn't he? From
Yes, he does a lot of his from there as well. Neha Tripathi on your screen. Very experienced player. She's been around for a long time. There was a thing or two about coping with conditions. A quick chat with Rashid, maybe about what he thinks the speed and
which way the ball will go. Hani Basoya, of course, winner last week. I beg your pardon, was very close. He was in contention for a large part of the week. The Kalans Open at Kutub last week.
Basa is also related to Gastram, the Indian professional golfer who's been around for donkey's years.
Fairly large clan. I mean, there's Hani and Sachin. Sachin, of course, a winner at Ahmedabad in dramatic fashion over Uday and Mane in a playoff, first playoff hole. It's a big event. The Indorama Ventures 2 crores event, huge and terrific battle on the last day. We've seen, like Swami was mentioning earlier, good number of young players coming up, good number of very tight finishes. Which essentially says that the standards have closed up over the years. You don't have 4 or 5 players dominating the field and winning a larger share of the events as maybe you've seen in years past. It's become much more democratic. It's much more even, and you have almost everybody in a field of 120, 124 walks in feeling he has a chance of walking away a winner.
It's interesting to see that with just 12 tournaments down, I mean, not even halfway through the season. I know there's a short break coming up, but with just 12 tournaments down, we have the top 10 have all earned in excess of 28 lakhs.
Yeah.
With, of course, the leader earning in excess of 50 lakhs. So that's a lot of money to make, and that's a great career option. And PG, kudos to Kapil Dev, Amandeep Joel for what they've put together. It's outstanding, the PGTI's effort, and golf is pointed skywards in India.
Honey with his putt on live feed 1, finishing things off. We saw Neha just miss her putt on the low side. Honey's putt also just breaking away at the last moment, right to left. Live feed 2, of course, you have the unmistakable figure of Uday and Mane, himself a former Bangalore player before he moved to Ahmedabad for a few years. Again, he was also based at Kalhar. Now lives and plays as a Pune professional, Pune based. Who then was unfortunate in missing out at the Indorama Ventures Open a couple of weeks ago. And that course had 2, 3 nasty holes in a row, and he got caught on 2 out of the 3. Double bogeyed both to drop back, and Sachin Basaya played the best golf of the week and caught them at the very end. He and Kalin Joshi Udayan and Kalin were in the lead group. And Sachin Basaya came from literally nowhere to force a playoff. And which he won on the first hole. Another local star in the making in front of you. going to the end of their opening 18 holes. And as we were just talking about on your live feed too, is Brandon. Garrulous as always, mic in hand, always willing to share a story and a laugh.
And what he's showing is a simulator. Very interesting there for people who would not or wouldn't want to go to a golf course in the heat, can actually try their hands at the simulator. You have these golf courses which are actually, you've got them on the computer, and when you hit the ball into the screen, like we just saw on live feed too, you actually get an idea of the distance. So that's fabulous. And Brandon is explaining it to many of the people who attended that kind of a demonstration with the simulator. This is actually a good way to promote golf amongst the uninitiated, and it really takes the game far and wide. And I can tell you that was Nikhil on the right side of the feed too. Now, of course, they're all. One of the good things about golf is that it is increasingly coming into in terms of the simulator. It's there on the mobiles, and you can play it on the laptop, your iPad. So it's like an e-sport also. And to be honest, Rahul, I mean the DP World Tour also has a e-golf championships, so you can actually play. So there's a lot of variations, and the sport is trying to entice the younger generation, which seems to be hooked on to the mobiles and tablets and laptops, to come to this game, and that'll be fantastic. And here it is, Thangaraja, Amandeep, and Shaurya finishing off with their round. Handshakes all over, and as Rahul and Ashwin were mentioning a little while ago, a very welcome addition from the PGTI's operations team, putting on those names.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
And it's got some fantastic players. A lot of people, like say Rahul Ganji, actually moved base from Calcutta to Bangalore because he finds the weather good, the golf course is fine, and he loves the food there. And of course, you never will see Rahul, without a smile, and he loves the city. And then again, Avani Prashant, Pranavi Yours, Vidhatri, Aditi Ashok, of course, who's busy on the LPGA. She actually, Rahul, plays at the Chevron Championships this week, one of the women's majors, and now she's played more than 30 majors on the women's circuit, which is really a record for any Indian, male or female. So hats off. So women's golf actually is doing great, very, very well. And here is Avani Prashant. In her rookie years as a professional, she's made a more cuts than missed in the starts that she's had on the LET so far. Middling starts in the 20s, she's finished between top 20 kind of stuff. very kind of a demonstrative young lady, of course, backed by huge amount of talent. She was the winner of the individual section at the Queen's Syndicate Cup a couple of years back, the one and only Indian to have ever done that. So she's got a lot of firsts to her name. She played at the Augusta National Women's Amateurs also twice. One time she made the cut also. So she's got a string of achievements to her name. And now let's see how she performs on the pro circuit as she's just started her rookie season.
Live feed one, Varun Parekh looking to finish things off. Playing the whole 17th hole. Interesting, not one of the three some was able to find the cup. All of them left ball either a little bit high or a little bit low. In Varun's case, it stayed a little short, even though his was the shortest part of the lot. Rashid Khan there in the background, and playing alongside Hani Basoya and Neha Tripathi. So just
There are a few spectators, of course, friends and families of the golfers. Quite a few of them. And here we have a lady caddy. I mean, interesting out there. That's the collar, raised collar, Neha Tripathi's signature racing.
Yeah, I was just coming back to this. The fact that we have reached a stage, Swami, and you and I have been watching, and you, of course, you're that much longer. Where the women's professional event used to be 4, 5, and 6, field of 6 and 7. Today you have fields of 40 plus.
Absolutely.
Is regular, and now we have reached the stage that from there they're playing for the same price purse as the men. I mean, 20 million rupees is a very healthy figure.
And in the interesting thing, Rahul, yes, it's good of you to say that. The very interesting thing is there's 60 men players and 12 women. Just to bring that into, let's see, Neha, put that out. Oh, just inside. Big disappointment for Neha. She's been on the scene for more than a decade now, well, quite decorated in terms of women's professional events. Had a couple of stints of injuries, and now she's trying to come back. Out of the 72 players, all the 72 will go back with some money, and the 72nd player actually gets to make 66,000 rupees. That by no means is something that you can sneeze at. That's a good amount of money. And the player who finishes as low as, say, 55th will also make 1 lakh of rupees. So there's lots and lots of money out there. And of course, the winner makes a hefty 30 lakhs.
And a big jump on their order of merit, respective order. The best finishing woman golfer and best finishing male golfer will both take huge steps towards finishing on top of
merit, yes.
or at least topping for now.
And finishing high up on the order of merit means a lot for both these boys and girls, because the men's order of merit topper gets to the DP World Tour, and that is indeed a huge incentive for these young people. And for the ladies, the WGI toppers, they usually get a lot of spots on the LET and some of the other professional events around Asia. Like I was talking about the events in Indonesia, Singapore, Thailand, and of course Hitachi Bakshi also has a full card on the All Thailand Golf Tour for women. So Indian girls are actually going a lot of places, and of course not to speak of the men too. And here is Manu Gandas.
Par for 14th hole. Manu, of course, one of the beneficiaries, as Swami just mentioned, of that incentive that the PGTI has created with its agreement with the DP World Tour of the PGTI topper on an annual basis for the last 3
Look
years.
at that. Look at that downslope.
Long slope.
No wonder you've got to be so careful.
So Manu was the first beneficiary, in fact, of that. The
That is
understanding
right. Yes. Good
between the
memory
DP
there,
World Tour,
Rahul.
yeah, and the PGTI. Spent a year in Europe. Om Prakash Chauhan was next up, and Veer Alawat is currently plying his trade.
And now we see Dharma, another player from southern part of the country, a very consistent golfer. He's been around for a long time, has had good success too. So this group, Jairaj Sandhu is the third player there in the light green colored shirt. So Jairaj Sandhu, Dharma and Manu Gandas in this group.
So Rahil and Ruhi Swami seem to be setting a trend. Now we've just seen, I think Dharma, and that look probably was his lady wife on his bag. So it's a good thing to see these partnerships. Shortly before, of course, we saw husband and wife combination of Faiza Malik and Ajitesh Sandhu playing together on this opening day of the 2 crore rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton 2025 Invitational. Now this year being played at the Prestige Golfshire in Bangalore for the first time. Manu Gandas with his part.
Manu Gandas, a local Gurugram golfer who trains at the DLF, and there it is. Drains the spot. A very quiet golfer, speaks very little, man of few words. But 2 years ago, when he was on a roll, he won 6 events that season, a whopping 6 events, and he raced past the till then leader Yuvraj Sandhu and got the spot onto the DP World Tour.
That was a season they dominated, in fact. Swami.
Between the two of them, they picked up 11 titles, which was like more than half the schedule. If you remove the international events, it was actually more than half the schedule. There is Jairaj.
So on that count, I suppose it's good to see this is a far more broader spread, so to say, of winners. I mean, we have probably, other than 1 or 2 instances, we have one-time winner of all the events so far, played so far.
That's right. I mean, we've had a couple of first-time winners also, like Shaurya Bhattacharya. So there were quite a good a few names. Of course, right at the start of the season, the way Yuvraj Sandhu began with back-to-back wins, it looked like he might dominate, but slowly but steadily, Shaurya and Thangaraja, and then, of course, Saptak Talwar picked up his first title, first-time winner. Sachin Basoya, of course, won in a playoff. Tappy Guy got his first win. So those were 3, first-time winners. Here we have Kapil Dev meeting the various guests. Standing next to him is the marketing and the man who brings in the money, Vikas Singh.
I think they've formed a good team. So I mean, since Kapil has come on board and
there it is. When you said he when Kapil was pictures being, he insisted that Vikas, of course, I'm sure the generous person that Kapil is must be giving glowing reports about Vikas. Absolutely fantastic. So he is. It's meant a lot for the PGTI to have Kapil as the president. There was a time, right towards the end of his cricketing career, when he was just finishing with his cricketing career, he started playing a lot of golf. He once actually confessed that he wanted to represent India at the Asian Games, which still had golfers as amateurs. He was a golf amateur, so he could have, but then it required a lot of time, and Kapil is always in demand, whether it's for cricket commentary or to play golf or to go and endorse anything. So he decided that he would play golf for pleasure, and thankfully he's here now to lend his shoulders to it. We got the scoreboard there, the top five: Arjun Prasad, 8 under through 14. Angad Chima, the man in form this season, but without a win, is at 6 under, and followed by Gaganjeet Bhullar. So it's, I would say, pretty much a close leaderboard there. Of course, Arjun Prasad is already finished now.
Both Angad and both Arjun Prasad and Angad Chima were going pretty well, and Arjun had just one blemish on his card against 9 birdies. Angad is, of course, yet to finish. He still has 2 holes to go. Gaganjit Bhullar is through for the day. He is on 5 under. Om Prakash Chauhan also is done for the day, also on 5 under.
So we've had Arjun Prasad, 8 under, 9 birdies and 1 bogey, leads the field. Angad Chima yet to finish, but 2 behind Arjun. Bhullar is finished at 5 under, as has Om Prakash Chauhan, who had an eagle. There is Avani Prashant, watching her playing partners.
Sachin Basoya leaving the ball a little on the low side. Finishing things off. Pawan is still waiting to putt. Slight downhill roll towards the water. These are two sides of the hole being shaved there. Sachin Basoya's ball staying high. Avani's ball going just a little low. Plenty of water bodies dot Prestige Golfshire course. Some of it, like you're seeing on your picture, tanks with rubber sheeting. And on the front line, you have a lake which borders three holes, which creates its own unique ambience. And with the Nandi Hills in the background behind, it's a very spectacular place to play golf. Beautifully kept course. Is a multiple award winner in terms of presentation and maintenance. The Prestige Golfshire, but it's run by True International Management Company, and year on year presents an absolute perfect picture.
There's Neha.
Not a great effort there. Just barely managed. It's a deep. This is a very. These are deep bunkers. You can barely see at the top of her head. Ball seemed to have rolled back inside.
Oh, barely comes out of it, but still not of the green. Okay, a slight trick question there for you, Rahul. What do you call a player, jokingly, of course, as a jest, when he or she fails to come out of the bunker more than once.
A stranded whale.
It's called the Lawrence of Arabia.
Okay.
Stuck in the desert.
Stuck in the desert. Fair enough. But what if it's a lady? Can't call her a Lawrence of Arabia then.
All right, we'll call it the female version.
All right.
Simple.
Find a lady equivalent of Lawrence. Yeah, but Neha will certainly feel that she's left something out there on this effort.
Rashid Khan.
Boys with the
aerial
drones.
view again, the drone boys.
Back in action.
Hats off to the camera team out there, doing a great job. Back to Neha.
She needed to find the cup on that one for me to make up for that first miss it out of the bunker, but the ball just staying a little on the high side. Very good effort overall, but she would have wanted to make more out of this. Tapping into finish. Karandeep Kochar on live feed 2. Looking for shade, I think. And on live feed 1 is Rashid Khan, waiting for his turn to putt. Live feed 2. Pretty good effort there from Kochar. Had to cater for that little hump you can see on the screens that stood between him and the flag. Good control on that. And playing in the same group as his good friend Pranavi. Starting to obviously get a little warm, so you can see some of the players wiping their faces. So even with all that, with that altitude and the wind seems to have died away because the flag's pretty hanging. Not much of action on the flags. Coming up towards late morning, Rashid Khan tidies up, finishes things off over there. Hani Basoya now with his putt.
On live feed 2, that is Karandeep Kochar, Pranav Yours, and Amardeep.
Amardeep Malik putt first. From my home course, Noida Golf Course. Winner of both his professional titles on his home track. Pretty good effort from that range, but he would have wanted better. Pranav with her putt now. Tapping into finish off. This is hole 18. So this is one more group who done for the day. And as we talked about earlier, this format of this tournament, the 48 professionals who are playing today will be divided into half tomorrow. 24 playing alongside the amateurs as the 24 pros today, who will then come up into the full-fledged all professionals event. And the third day will see the same. The remaining 24 professionals dropping down into the pro-am, and the pros of days 1 and 2 at the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025. Thereafter competing for honors among themselves, with the last 24 playing alongside the amateurs. Karandeep Kocha, minor hold up there. Looking to finish off on a better note than his playing partners. But does not do so. It's strange, since we've almost every group we have had on camera, Swami, we've not really seen the number of putts fall. I mean, there are lots of putts falling all around if you look at the scorecard. But for some reason, the groups that the cameras have been following,
Camera shy.
they've been camera shy, definitely. Either the ball has shied away from the camera or shied away from the cup. But all of that shying away essentially has resulted in many, many short putts. Tap in finishes, push in finishes, but only the rare long conversion. Avni, in fact, got one wonderful 30 foot putt on, I think, hole 15 or 16. It was a long curling putt. Tremendous effort. Shivraj Sandhu. Playing alongside Hitachi Bakshi and Golfshire.
That's Samarth Dwivedi.
Beg your pardon. Find a correction there.
Both of them very, very colorful shirts there. He's got a floral pattern, Yuvraj Sandhu, of course. Samarth Dwivedi playing alongside Shaurya Binu, who was a first-time winner last season. He hasn't won since, but a very promising player. Here, Vani Kapoor. She's playing alongside Aman Raj and Tappy Kai. As these players come close to their, the finishing stages, the last few holes, all early starters. Hopefully, they've caught a few worms too. Early birds catching a few worms. Of course, Samarth Dwivedi finishing off his round alongside Arjun Sharma and Shaurya Binu.
Two more examples of cup shy balls. Stop. As day one continues to progress at the 2 crore rupee Kapil Dev Grand Thornton International Invitational, this time being played at the Prestige Golfshire Club outside of Bangalore. Shaurya Binu. This is the group that's now we're seeing a series of quick finishes to today's rounds. And even as Pranavi tees off, I will now hand over to my fellow commentator Ashwin to continue his association with Swami.
Thank you, sir. There are ways and means of reading the line. Every golfer has his or her own style. And that's Vani Kapoor there, who's had a tremendous record this season. She has 3 wins already, 5 appearances, and another 1 win in 3 appearances last year. So that's 4 wins in 8 appearances on the WGAI circuit. Another firm putt, and Vani is on her way to the next tee box. She's not really done too well today. Slow start for the champion golfer. Vani, in fact, has 4 dropped.
We can see Arjun Prasad having closed at 8 under 64. Anka Chima, 3 holes left at 6 under. And Gaurav Pratap is also, he's got 6 holes left at 6 under. A lot of low scoring out there. This one's a long one. Just the ball veered off the other side. She would have hoped it to break on the inside. After the morning groups have finished, we will have the remainder of the professionals who will then take start action with their amateur partners. 16 groups played in the morning of 3 professionals each, and after that we'll have 24 professionals. That is so 16 into 3, 48 plus 24 now. Now this is going to be the ceremonial tee off. This is the ceremonial tee off. Karandeep Kocha.
That's Gaganjeet Bhullar speaking to former cricketer and current chairman of selectors Ajit Agarkar. Agarkar is a recent golf convert and a very dedicated one.
And I believe he plays pretty well too.
His biggest supporter is Yuvraj Singh. Yuvraj can't stop praising Agarkar's golfing skills.
Where for the first time in India at least, we're putting up a first where the 12 best lady professionals.
What a putt. Amardeep Malik places the ball just 8 inches from the cup and he's ready to tap it in, which he does.
Please, our very, very special guest closest to this, the unveiling of the trophy. First up, the gentleman who needs no introduction, the great Kapil Dev, who's now wearing the other hat, which is the PGTI president as well. If we can have you here, Paji, please. Mr. Vinod Chandiok, please, the gentleman who is the chairman of Grant Thornton India, and of course he has seen Grant Thornton go from strength to strength. Mr. Chandiok, thank you very much, sir. With us also, Mr. Ajit Agarkar, chairman of the BCCI. It says Senior Men's Committee. I'm specifying that in case I get it wrong. Is that right, Ajit? Where's Ajit gone?
He's on the tee.
He's on the tee already? Ajit, have I got it right? He's senior. Okay, not junior. Okay. And the gentleman who's been behind it all, Vishesh Chandiok, please, the CEO of Grant Thornton Bharat. Mr. Chandiok, sir, we've got two of them here. And I hope somebody has had a glance at that leaderboard. It's making for wonderful reading. Our low score this morning was 64 and tied at the moment at 5 under par, already on the tee. One of our star players for many, many years. Gaganjeet Bhullar, please put your hand up, please, sir. Gagan's right here. And of course, we're waiting for Twesa Malik. We'd given the wrong time. We said 12:30, but she's rushing back. So she'll be here in a minute. So we'll first be doing the unveiling of the trophy. We've got all you five gentlemen. We need all of you around the trophy, please, sir. Twesa's coming, but we'll do the unveiling with. You want to wait? Okay, sorry, gentlemen. I've been told, corrected. We need to wait for Twesa. Where's Twesa now? I hope she runs. She's entered the club. All right, she'll come running. Not to worry. So while we're at it, guys, please have a look. Arjun Prasad shot 64. Angad Chima's got 3 to play. He's at 6 under. Gaurav Pratap is also at 6 under with 6 to play. Kshitij Navid Kaul showing some good form in recent weeks. He's also at 6 under. Om Prakash finished at 67. Yuvraj Sandhu at 67. It's going to be a cluttered leaderboard. Only a brave man's going to bet on the winning score. We were talking to the Prestige Golfshire, our host club. A big thank you to them. I don't know whether Declan's here, but we know the golf course is in mint condition and he expected the score to go to close to 14 or 15 under, but with 8 under already registered, it shows we're in for some really low numbers today. Remember, all of you guys playing the program, we'll be going over all the details, but you have written yourselves into the history book. First time ever we could have thought of a format like this. So can we hear it for Grant Thornton Bharat and of course Kapil Dev from the PGTI for not just supporting it, but for allowing such a different kind of event to happen. Twesa, she's entered the club, she's gone to the wrong club, Ishan. She's not come here yet. Sorry about that. No, Meghna's made it very clear. I agree with her. Lady power. All I know is Vishesh is really warmed up today. He's made lots of swings with the irons and now he's checking out. That's the lead driver for you as well.
regardless of the sport and regardless of how old he is there ready to compete. Look at that swing, smooth as it gets.
He could have played the Asian Games for India in golf if he had decided to, if he had set his eyes on it.
He doesn't waste time and he's let it rip. That's Ishan D'Souza teeing it up for Mr. Chandiok.
Mr. Vishesh Chandok on the tee, the CEO of Grant Thornton.
That's Ajit Agarkar, chairman of selectors for the Indian cricket team. Who can forget his 100 at the Lords?
Absolutely.
Tressa Malik, after having completed a successful round of golf, she's back here to tee it up and set the Pro-Am in motion. Last but not least, Gaganjeet Bhullar, another massive name in Indian golf. That's Bhullar shaking hands with Kapil Dev. And the Pro-Am will now get set in motion. Back to action in the main Pro event, which started earlier today. The scenic hills, the background, the water body, the lush green golf course, and the trees peppering the fairway, they're all excellent for tired eyes. There we have Arjun Prasad in the lead at 8 under, after having finished his round at 8 under. Angad Chima and Gaurav Pratap Singh are tied at 6 under apiece. Kshitij Naved Kaul is also tied at 6 under with Angad and Gaurav, and Gaganjeet Bhullar is sixth. A downhill sloping putt, the green speed's at 10.3. You need to be very accurate with your line reading, which is exactly what's happening here. A lot of analysis. They're heading to the middle to check the line again. A little bit of advice from the caddy, and we're all set to go. Preparing the green. A lot of work to be done before that putt is attempted. And all that work pays off. A beautifully sunk putt. That's the end of the round.
Coming towards the end, there is Jamal.
Jamal stayed a remarkable win at Dig Boy earlier this year.
Another aerial view of this lovely golf course, the Prestige Golfshire from Bengaluru. And we are in the third edition of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational 2025.
Hats off to the drone. What an outstanding view. The quality of coverage is improving every year at the PGTI. We're getting
Indeed, there's no question.
some top drawer golf coverage, world class to say the least. That's Karandeep Kocher on hole number 16. Taking a drop there.
Tall, lanky man can hit the ball a long distance. Changes his mind.
And
changes his mind yet again.
Yet again. So true. Try and try again. Till you get the perfect combination, he's all set to let it rip. A smooth swing is all it takes. Let the club do the job for you. Effortless, and the ball spins back. He's still left with a 20-foot putt, and a downhill putt at that. Karandeep Kocher currently placed tied 19th. He's not had too bad a round. He's had 4 birdies and unfortunately 2 drop shots. On the 14th and the 15th holes have set him back a bit, but he's still got 3 more holes to cover up for that. It is very possible for him to essay a top 10 finish today and then go for gold the remaining 2 rounds. What a beautiful putt that was by Amardeep Malik. Wasn't the easiest putt. Downhill, sloping slightly right to left, but he had to read that line accurately to sink the ball, and he has done a brilliant job. Amardeep Malik. Has had a mixed bag when it comes to This round today, 3 birdies and 3 bogeys. He has to stay in contention. Another long putt there by Pranavi Urs. The pros are beginning to get a feel of these greens. Karandeep Kocher next in line. The Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. Day 1 of this magnificent tournament played on an outstanding golf course, Prestige Golfshire in Bengaluru. One couldn't ask for a better combination. And a new format to boot. Oh, Kocher misses it by 2 inches to the right. He will tap it in and head back to the next tee box. Prestige Golfshire, par 72 facility. That's Karandeep Kocher's missed putt. That's 2.5 inches to the right. Another missed effort to the right. Manu Gandas reads the line while playing with M. Dharma and Jairaj Singh Sandhu. It's M. Dharma's turn to address the ball, reading the line and all set to address the ball. M. Dharma is aligning the ball. Even the shortest of putts on these greens has to be thought out, read accurately before the ball is addressed. And Dharma misses it to the right. That putt was not more than 2 feet long in distance, but he misses it to the right. So no matter how much you prepare, you really need to be accurate, and your reading needs to be spot on.
A bit of a mental lapse there. I'm sure he's not going to be too happy about it.
But one man's food is another man's poison. And Manu Gandas has seen where Dharma missed the ball. Though he's on the other side of the cup, he'll be doubly wary. Manu Gandas
a bit of a tentativeness about it.
finds the hard the cup.
We'll now hand over to ring Rahul Banerjee into the commentary box, and I'll take a break.
Thanks, Swami. So action now thick and fast as we come to the end of the first phase of the first day's activities on the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025. This is the morning wave of 48 professionals playing with each other. Vani just missing her putt on the low side. Aman Raj in the background waiting to also with his putt. And we will soon see the next phase of this event, the mixed competition that will have one professional and three amateurs playing in a shotgun start. 24 groups in all will take the course for the afternoon wave. And over the next 2 days, we will see this pattern repeated. The 24 professionals today will move up into the main competitive half of the tournament. And half of those playing today, the 48 playing today, will drop down into the Pro-Am. And the remaining 24 will do the same on the final day. So this is a bit of a novel format being used probably for the first time in India, and also definitely for the first time we're seeing the women and men playing for the same prize purse. Aman Raj held his breath for a second when he saw the ball bobbling around inside the cup before it decided to drop.
Aman Raj not only looks like a cowboy, his accuracy is like one too.
Certainly one of the more colorful characters of the tour, and every sporting endeavor and event needs its share of color, and that is a successfully converted putt. So we have seen two good putts drop in a row. Vani and her playing partners shaking hands all around, and they're done for the day. And we'll soon have the afternoon wave, the Pro-Am phase of the tournament. Arjun Prasad continues to lead the way with his 8 under par. He played one of the early starters today. Angad Chima is next best at 6 under, but another Noida golf course professional.
मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशी
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
Yeah, like I said, I mean, like course manager Declan Column has said on, I interviewed him a few years ago, and he said, yeah, there are low scores to be had out here if you can find your way around it. Like he said, with all good golf courses, Finding the right landing spots with your tee shot is critical. And if you manage to do that on a consistent basis, Ashwin, you will find your way to a low score. As we've seen, Gaurav, I mean, Arjun Pratap in the morning and now Gaurav Pratap, Kshitij, both with about 5-6 holes to go, are certainly threatening that number. Gaganjit Bhullar, of among those who have finished, is in a share of fifth place on 5 under par, as is Om Prakash Chauhan and Yuvraj Sandhu. Of the 12 ladies in the field, Hitachi Bakshi currently is the best placed on 3 under par. And it'll be interesting to see how the girls cope with the longer game of the men, though they do have apparently almost 1,000 yards, Ashman, in terms of starting handicap. The men playing from 7,014 yards and the women playing from a little more than 6,100 yards for this event. So that's the only advantage they will have. Once you tee off, it's your skill, your ball placing, your putting, your chipping. That'll spell the difference.
As they say, drive for show and putt for dough.
Absolutely.
So the women will try to use their skills on the greens a lot more. It's interesting to see that the course record at the Prestige Golfshire is 66, which was achieved by Royal Gangji during the 2018 Louis Philippe Cup. 6 under par was the course record, and if you look at it right now,
certainly Arjun Prasad has rewritten the course record. He has gone 8 under for the day. A tremendous early run until the 12th 12th hole completed. He had 8. He picked up 8 shots in 12 holes. Dropped a shot on the par 5 13. Normally the par 5s are where the professionals cash it. This is unusual because he seems to be in the top 20, the only one who dropped a shot there. But he recovered well with par on the next. I beg your pardon. A birdie on the next par 5 before closing over 2 pars, 8 under. So the new course record now standing in the name of Arjun Prasad. This young man from Delhi has been in tremendous form this year. He's been in good form the last few years. Oh, what a wonderful approach shot. Pinpoint precision there on live feed 1. That's Karandeep's putt. On live feed 2, we just saw a nice approach shot onto the green. Amardeep Malik in the background there. Unmistakable bright pink shirt. And Pranavi waiting to finish her putt.
It's called shocking pink, I think.
Lovely hair. Amardeep's the last person one would expect to wear anything shocking. He's such a quiet guy. It's so nice to see him making a statement of his own. Wonderful.
It's interesting. This is the color that the West Indian team, in way back in the Kerry Packer series, West Indians were given this color to wear, and they weren't too happy about it because in the West Indies, pink is associated with women, and the men were not keen to compete in a color that they associated with women. But that was back then. Interesting tale in Mr. Sunil Gavaskar's book.
That's a nice memory, Ashwin. That's from a long time ago.
Yeah, the 70s, late 77, 78, I think. That's when Kerry Packer.
That's right. 77, that's right. And our own Sunil Gavaskar, of course, was one of his big targets, but refused to give up his, what should I say, amateur status or stay with the establishment. It's interesting that I don't think any Indian ever signed up on the Packer series. Though he did play rest of the world.
Yeah. But that was an official series, with the ICC.
He did play
What was not the ICC then, but the governing body for world cricket.
Life feed 1, Pranavi with her putt.
Pranavi hailing from a golfing family. Oh, those putts can frustrate you.
They sting. They do.
Yeah.
She's not looking too happy at all. Karandeep is up next, putting from almost a similar distance.
Yeah, I was just going to say he could have read the line. It could only have helped. Now he knows what to do. Keep it a little to the left.
The par 3 17th penultimate hole. And the par 4 to finish things off for this group. So, like I said, we are reaching the end of the morning's wave, which is 48 professionals playing alongside each other. And in the afternoon, we will have the remaining 24 professionals in this field of 72 playing alongside the amateurs. So, the pro part of the day's proceedings coming to a close, and the pro-am will shortly get underway.
Somewhere during the course of today, I want to ask both you and Swami sir what the greatest golf shot you've ever seen is. So, do think it up and tell me whenever you can.
I can give you an answer right now. It's not necessarily not the greatest, but the greatest duff definitely. The first time we went for the first ever Hero World Challenge, which is played in Florida before it shifted to the Bahamas. Tiger Woods on hole number 1. It was a raised green and he was on the downslope. He had reached virtually the green side with his drive. Duffed 2 shots in a row.
You serious?
So, yeah.
Tiger
I was
Woods?
standing 10 feet away. Tiger Woods duffed 2 shots in a row. So that's my definitely greatest shot memory, not necessarily the greatest shot, which is
one way or the other,
which is very difficult sometimes to quantify. But these things stand out in your mind. And I was there 10, 12 feet away. And
which year was this?
This is the first time Hero. This was 2014.
Wow.
I beg your pardon. So yeah, and it was that's quite a memory. We just decided to walk. A lot of us in the good group had gone, and we decided to walk with Tiger, and he obliged us by handing us a memory which we will never forget. I'm sure he must have hit better shots many a time, but these are things that stick in the mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go.
What you expect him to do never sticks. What you don't expect him to do.
I remember when he hit the ball, he just kind of chunked it. Ball went up the hill and rolled back to about a foot below where it had started from. So all of us, looking at each other, I said, God can do that. So we can play bat golf too. We have the license to play bat golf.
Had you already started playing golf back then?
I had just started to think about it, to be honest. Not yet. Maybe I had just started to take my first lessons. I was getting a feel of how incredibly frustrating this game can be. As we've seen through the course of the day, Ashwin, such experienced professionals misreading the putt lines by literally inches and in some cases centimeters. So even the best, this is the best of the best in the country, and they're actually having
we just
I'm sorry.
No, carry on.
At the same time, you've also seen Arjun Prasad go 8 under par, set a new course record in the process. Gaurav Pratap Singh is very close to matching him. He's completed 15 holes and he's moved up to 7 under par.
Yeah, so that's 2 people broken the course record.
That's the second one who's. We'll probably see some more threat because Kshitij Navid Kaul is also on the move. He's actually on level with the course record, the existing one before today. He's on 6 under par and he's got 4-5 holes to go.
A couple of them are. Angad Chima and Kshitij Navid Kaul are both sitting at 6 under.
Angad has of course
finished.
Completed his round.
Correct.
Kshitij can still carry on and improve it.
That's a doubles number, 666. 6 under 66. True.
And Rahil was held it for a fair amount of time. So Manu now looking to finish things off.
Off the green into the relatively thick. Should one call it rough?
We've actually come to think of it. We've seen very little of errant shots, so to say.
That's the first.
These are very big fairways. I mean, go back to that point. These are a lot of the fairways are fairly wide, fairly accommodating. So you haven't seen really too many balls, go off into difficult areas.
You've seen this course and you've seen JP Greens. Which has more water bodies?
I would say about the same. Though, like I said, the difference between the JP and this one is part of the prestige of the Golfshire course runs along a lake.
Okay.
A proper lake. The rest of the water bodies are man-made. Whereas JP, all of the bodies are man-made. It's a completely...
So there's a natural plus a man-made element.
Yes, that's right. So I suspect on that basis, I think Prestige has... Golfshire has a little more water than JP. On course, I suspect it will be pretty much close, almost the same.
Did you see that? The ball nearly jumped out, hit the edge, and almost bounced out, but it stayed in. Manu Gandas nearly had that ball lip out from inside the cup.
Even in the previous group, when we saw you, Aman Raj's ball circle before it fell in.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
The most irritating thing in golf is when it circles and stays out.
in fact actually comes out often with more pace
Correct.
than it did when it went in. So this is the time you have to be a little careful. Just make sure your concentration is full on. That's perfect.
I think it's all to do with expectations because when you're so scared of a short putt, you're expected to sink it. But a really long putt, I mean, you don't expect to sink it, so you got no pressure. So
Seeing M. Dharma, another local golfer, Bangalore, finishing done with his day.
good to see a lady caddying.
This is hopefully a good trend that will continue. We'll see more of this because we already have Rahil Ganji and his wife on the bag. And I suspect lady wife also paired together.
And we also have Nalini Singh as a referee, as in she's an established referee. So women are making their mark in golf to do the country proud. In fact, India's biggest achievement, correct me if I'm wrong, is by Simi Mehra. Right? It's far greater than all the men.
And Aditi's near miss at the Tokyo Olympics for that medal. And Simi Mehra, no question. I mean, she is a legend who unfortunately has not really got the sort of status that she deserves. The kind of path-breaking role she played for Indians women in professional golf. She never really got the recognition.
She once told me that she was the longest driver of the golf ball in the world for 3 consecutive
I'm
years.
not surprised at all. Yeah.
It's incredible.
In fact, she and Arjun Atwal, I think, used to play alongside each other. They're both from Calcutta.
And don't tell me she outdrove him.
You'll have to ask Arjun. You'll have to ask Arjun that. I'm sure Simi will probably say, yes, I did. You'll have to check with Arjun to see what he says.
Knowing Simi, I wouldn't put it beyond her. She was really struck it, hit it.
Remarkable woman, remarkable lady, remarkable person. And Swami, of course, when he joins us, will tell us he knows her far better than the two of us do. Tough as nails on the outside, I think. Really, really soft inside from what little I know of her.
So true. And she has a love for animals. She does so many things for animals. Very, very good human being.
Currently, she's relocated herself to some fairly remote village in Himachal or Uttarakhand.
No, she is in Gurgaon, but she goes there from time to time.
She actually teaches the village children. She takes class with them. Yeah. She
teaches golf?
No, English.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's another putt. Just shaving the edge. Seeing too many of these today. Which is why I'm quite impressed with Arjun's effort of 8 under par, setting a course record. Gaurav Pratap Singh of Noida Golf Course has also done so. He's 7 under par with 3 holes to go.
This straddling the ball, right?
It's currently on your picture.
Reading the line while straddling the ball. How does it help?
That is, I was commentating with Amit Dubey once, and he's of course a well-known, long-established coach. So he says, Rahul, sometimes the naked eye can't see the subtle contours of a green. So they actually walk that path to see if there's anything that the sole of the feet can tell them in terms of indentations or dips that your eye can't really get to.
That's interesting.
Get in one go. So you see this very often. A lot of people do it, particularly when they're not sure. Sometimes the green is pretty much as you see it, but just to make sure, it's a very common technique and frequently used. So this is telling a story, of its own, that these greens have a little more subtlety to them than that's evident. And I'm sure all of these people who played in the morning wave, even though they did get to play a practice round yesterday, will be a little more careful when they come back for the remaining 36 holes tomorrow and the day after.
True.
Because you've seen there are too many of these, just going past, under, over, staying short.
Also, the greens will quicken up as the day goes on because the dew will dry up. Very interesting thing I got to share with you. Before we got another 7 minutes before Swami sir comes on. But I played the Kutub golf course yesterday, and I was very disappointed because of all the water bodies that they filled water in. Because I used to use those water bodies, the cement under them, to get distance earlier on. I would aim at the water body and get the ball further. Just couldn't do it this time.
I'm afraid you'll have to blame the tournament committee because they decided to leave the water and thereby spoil your round.
They didn't drain it, yes.
You have to tell the club.
I will
managers
the next time around.
This is not on. You're depriving me of a good takeoff
distance. Yes,
takeoff spot, and thereby a good distance. So not done. They can't do that to you. Not allowed. No.
So true. It's a great game, golf, indeed. No 2 days are identical.
Despite which, these professionals, they drill and drill and drill, practice, and not just practice with hitting the ball at the range. They set up scenarios, where you need to cover a certain distance and repeat it, so you know exact how much, almost down to the last half pound of pressure, how much you need to swing to reach what distance. Control the flight, control the spin. There's tremendous skill on show. Sometimes it's not always evident. Because you get to see mostly what's happening on the green, but the approaches by Michel Ottolani, once again, yet another victim of just the subtle contouring of the greens, maybe misreading the speed on this case just by a fraction. And on your picture now, Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh, fine golfer, has been in great form the last year and a half.
I'd mentioned that he'd won a tournament in Digboy this year. Correction, it was last year in December.
Yes.
But what a win that was.
Good player. So Jamal looking to finish his day on a positive note, taking no chances. He's still discussing something with his caddy that we should have done. Maybe we could have done this better or done that better.
Always scope for improvement.
Yes. Karandeep Kochar, Amardeep Malik, and Pranav Ayers, this group on camera as we speak.
Thus far, we've had 6 eagles and 11 double bogeys. This round.
Pranav the ball seems to have fallen away towards the water. You can see in the background. Green sloping in that direction anyway.
And true to tradition, all the eagles have been on par 5s. Karandeep Kochar. Staring down a downhill 15-foot putt. That's on live feed 1. Live feed 2, we have another ball find the heart of another large green. Not too far from the pin. That's a par 3 for sure.
That's the 17th. Yeah, Karandeep looking to finish his day off on not an easy looking putt at all. And once again, as we've been seeing through the morning, just on and around the cup, but not inside.
The funny thing is, 8 out of 10 players have missed it to the right of the cup.
Maybe it's a function of the slope. The slope's a bit more to the right as well from this angle. From the opposite side, it'll go another way. Now, Amadip Malik standing to benefit from that read he would have got from Karan's putt. His last words with his caddy. Yeah, good check on the line.
Another tee shot on live feed 2 from the 17th tee box. Finds the heart of the green again.
Safely on the dance floor, as they say.
And Amardeep's ball hits the edge of the hole and turns away. How frustrating can that be? It circles the pin and settles 6 inches away. He drains that putt and moves on. End of the round for Amardeep Malik, Pranavi Urs, and Karan Kochar. Walk off the 18th green. Meanwhile, action shifts to the 17th hole, the 17th green. As we mentioned earlier, the trip from green to tee on this golf course in this tournament is conducted on golf carts to ensure that pace of play isn't affected. We have a pro-am of sorts with 1/3 of the field playing with amateurs in the second half. So pace of play is very, very important to maintain. Even though it's summer and the sun sets a little later, we have a little longer day to play with.
I think this camera shot, Ashwin, gives you a bit of a reply to your question about how much of water you can see. There's fairly long stretches, large stretches.
So
of
there are
water.
larger stretches of water bodies, not small.
No, you don't have too many
smaller
ponds
ones
here.
in-
No,
yeah,
you don't have too many ponds. You have,
That's a massive green.
all of them are large. This is a par 5, 16th. This is a big green. All of and this course has got fairly large greens. I remember playing
Oh, wow.
a corporate
Yes.
tournament here a few years back, and my partner hit this. He got an eagle. He hit the green in 2, and hold the putt for 2 under on this one. So just like the pros are doing over here, and he did the same. So it's the scores are there to be found if you look for them. And even as we speak, Swami, we have yet another course record. Gaurav Pratap Singh, now having completed his round, has brought in a score of 9 under par, blemish-free card with an eagle and 7 birdies. So he is 9 under 63 for the day, improving the existing course record standing in the name of Arjun Prasad by 1. Arjun had in turn improved on the then standing course record of 6 under par 66 held by Rahul Ganji. So in the space of just a few holes today, we have seen the course record equaled and then broken twice.
Very,
Chima and I'm sorry.
very clearly a lot of low scores to be had there. A sea of red all over the place, with just a few dots of blue on the score sheet, on the scorecards. Gaurav Pratap Singh, bogey free 63, 9 under 63 with 8 birdies and an eagle. Arjun Prasad, 9 birdies and a bogey. Just the last group of professionals is still on the course. I mean, of course, now the pro-am has started, where the pros whose scores will count. They will play with their hole and their scores will keep.
India best maintained course, and so on and so forth.
If you see that fairway and you look at Delhi Golf Club, you'll see how flat DGC is. But look at that fairway.
Here, not only did they use the contouring, I mean, the natural lay of the land itself is a little hilly, the entire area is hilly, but they also added to the by making all
More
these
undulations,
whoop de doops. So if this was a motor, if this was a what is that sport called? The motorcycles when they go on these break back bumps.
I know it's called.
There you have your course record holder on the left of yours in the blue T-shirt, Gaurav Pratap Singh, from my course, by the way, Noida Golf Course. Very, very nice, soft-spoken young man.
The Players' Lounge.
Yes, the Players' Lounge. I think it's victorious. There, Gaurav Pratap is looking very relaxed. He's had a good day out, broken the course record. Sitting happily clear of the field on 9 under par. Won his last title 2 years ago, also on his home course.
At Noida.
At Noida, yes. And I think it was a fairly long gap between his wins. So we have two professionals here from Noida Golf Course, both who are winners on their home course. Amardeep Malik, who we saw in the shocking pink T-shirt, and Gaurav Pratap now in his bluish purple, bluey purple, whatever. Kalin Joshi, local boy.
I remember Kalin Joshi as that 8-year-old at the KGA.
He's come a long way since then, hasn't he?
For sure.
Including the winner of an international title, the Panasonic Open India, 8 years ago, at the DGC.
Oh, he won at the DGC? Wow. It's never easy winning there.
Swami, when he comes around, we will ask him. I think that was probably the last or the penultimate Panasonic Open, the one which Kalin Joshi won. It's been off the schedule since 2021. 2020 or 2021. A little birdie just whispered in my ear that 2019 was the final time the Panasonic Open India was played, and the winner is now a star on the PGA Tour, Joo Hyung Kim from Korea. That was his maiden professional title as well on a full tour. And Tom Kim, as he's now called, is already a two-time winner on the PGA Tour. So it proved to be a very, very auspicious launchpad for that young man. He's really gone on to great things. And once another view of the Players' Lounge. Brandon D'Souza, Prabhas Thakur, our operations manager of the PGTI. He's the man who oils the wheels and makes sure all the nuts and bolts are in place. Sair Atwal now on screen in front of you. So the player we were referring to earlier is Jasmine Sekhar. And Sair Atwal now on the move. This is fairly heavily strapped up ankle. You can see with this new heat blasters sort of thing. See very often in the cricketers wear it on their elbows and shoulders.
True. Most professional sports persons nowadays have to manage injuries. You don't have the time to, heal yourself entirely. Like there used to be an off season earlier. There is none now. Probably any sport.
Yeah, all sports. That's true. But sports, athletes and injuries have the longest history. It probably started 2000 years ago with the maybe
So
whenever
true.
the
Yeah.
last Olympics was, first Olympics was ever played. Injury, and because every human body has a natural level of a cutoff point beyond which you're taking it to unnatural levels of activity. Even
Correct.
the best trained athletes, reach that point somewhere. Fast bowling, to my mind, is one of the most unnatural of human
So true.
activities.
Perfect example because the human body was not meant to bowl fast.
Exactly.
So
That amount of pressure on your ankle, on your knees, on your back, it's so sports people and injuries have walked hand in hand for years and years and years. It's good that today we are reaching a level where science and medical sort of know-how has reached, can keep you active and mobile, even though maybe a few years ago you would have had to have sat out a season.
so true.
And yes,
Recovery has improved. I mean, the methods of recovery have improved.
yeah,
Methods of medicine, diet to help recovery have improved.
much more scientific, much more focused. Similarly for golfers, I mean, for years we've seen now Tiger Woods is probably, he's an encyclopedia of surgical procedures from, starting from neck down. There's not a part of his body that's not been operated on.
So true. Very interesting story here is there was an athlete who had pain in his body all through. There was a cricketer who had pain in his body all through his neck, cervical, sciatica, name it. He went to this physio, who's an Indian team physio, and that guy checked his sole out. And the problem was he had an athlete's foot. So he was excellent at sprinting. Any forward movement, he was great at. Any lateral movement, like tennis, fielding, any of those things put pressure on his body, and his body has been compensating over the years. So those injuries built up. So he says he corrected his soul, and his whole body got okay. Who would have thought of that earlier on?
It's so true, very true. The compensatory injuries are probably the biggest factor. You have a problem with your elbow, you tend to use your shoulder a bit more or your wrists a bit more.
Correct.
You end up hurting that. Then to compensate for that, you do something else. Feed number 2, long putt, fairly good effort there. Just stopping a couple of feet away from the thing. Gets a little bit of help.
I don't know if it's the right analogy to draw, but there's a famous saying: if I had bread, I'd have bread and eggs if I had eggs. So I think this compensatory thing is pretty much like it.
That wasn't as good as the first one.
Seher missing it by a whisker. Not Seher, sorry. That is. There is Seher now.
I think they're using the scramble format from just the green. Was it? Everybody's putting from the same spot. So the pro, I think, picks the spot he or she feels will be the most favorable for a positive result, and everyone puts from there. So from the fairways, everybody seems to be hitting their own ball.
Okay.
By the looks of it, I'm not really sure.
As you can see, a very still day.
Yeah. This is, like I said, it's getting warmer and warmer because of that. Much more. In fact, like the Kalhar project, Ashwin, this one too had got something of a boost during COVID when people opted, since they were in lockdown, opted to come away from cities.
Correct.
And spend that time of isolation in slightly more surroundings away from too many other people.
And how old is the golf course per se?
Offhand, I don't know, but it won't be more than 20 years or 15 to 20 years old.
Okay.
Can't be more than that.
It's named after Tolkien's book, The Shire.
But someone added a
Shire in Tolkien's book.
tag the golf onto it.
Yeah.
Once again, we see this. This seems to be a popular hole for our camera teams. The 15th hole, par 3. You have, if you shank your ball, you have water on the right side, and it's quite possible you will find it, because if the ball falls on the cart path, it's going to bounce off it straight into the water. On the left is this extended rough, and the lake just to the left of that. So Ajit Agarkar, in animated conversation there with the professional in their group, Stephen Danek of the Czech Republic, chairman of selectors, having a relaxed day out in the sun. He's always, in the last few years, whenever I've seen him on a golf course or seen photographs of him, Ajit has always had this extremely lurid pair of sunglasses on. Are they one of yours by any chance? They are? Nice. So my father was a fighter pilot. I remember they used to have changeable visors for the mouth. So some of them would compensate for low sunlight. So there would be a little like this, bright orange or bright yellow, to enhance the quality of the light, so you can see better.
Yeah.
Those days, of course, when he was flying, it was not as advanced. Today you have
a fighter pilot.
Fighter pilot. That's right.
Wow.
So they did not have. Today you have phased array radars and all sorts of really, really fancy, very, very high tech radar to back you up. Those days, a lot visual sighting was a very important part of your flying. So
true.
So they had all the, and for night flying there would be absolutely clear glasses. For very cloudy conditions there would be a different kind. So he had a whole box of you take out different visors.
Wow.
Danek, lovely little
not
chip there.
While flying, I hope.
No. You would
you
always
can't change it then, can you?
When before you flew, you would have a briefing for what the conditions for the day was. If it was very cloudy, you would wear light enhancing visors, and if it was very bright, you would wear. It was a very light blue, cloudy grey kind of. I was very, very young when these things came around, but I still have a fairly sharp memory of 2 or 3 things about like this. So yeah, you just a little blue or grey colored box, and there were about 8 different visors in that you would use depending on what conditions were.
It's interesting how technology has evolved in every aspect, including clothing, like these athletic drive shirts, and
absolutely
everything that we have, shoes, golf clubs, of course.
I think you made the point about 8,000 yard golf courses when we started in the morning.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
You never know. You need that land as well, right?
Which is why I think the RNA is now trying to introduce golf balls that fly shorter distances. So obviously, there's been a huge outcry from amateurs who say, "Look, we are working hard enough to get the ball, 250 plus yards, and now you're saying no, you're going to give you a ball that will not go that far." Essentially, it meant to check the power hitters who dominate the professional circuits.
So this 150 yard 7-iron concept may become a 120 yard concept.
If that pretty good putt there.
Excellent putt.
Curving putt, nicely converted. Gentleman should feel pretty happy as he does. Fist bumps with everyone, not just his caddy, but every caddy he can find. Ajit's done with this hole.
As I mentioned, Yuvraj Singh keeps insisting that Ajit Agarkar is one of the better golfers on the circuit. He says he vouches for his golfing skills.
Is Yuvraj still playing on a regular basis?
Yeah, he's an addict.
Oh, nice. That's good.
He doesn't spare a day of golf if he can help it. Among his other commitments,
So
whenever
he's
he
got a lot.
can.
He's promoting some new league as well, isn't it? In Canada, some
I'm not
10
sure.
over 10 over. Yeah. There's some 10 over event.
I know for sure that one day I went to his house. He had a cold,
Okay.
and he was not well,
Hmm.
but he was heading to the golf course. Anyway,
So that's the game for you. Golf is an addictive, infuriating, and addictive sport.
very true.
This gentleman completely,
Hmm.
completely making a
Did that hit the pin?
yes, hit the pin. It was at least on the right track, and he flat batted it actually.
Wow. He topped it, I think, from that
Topped
distance.
it, but it was well directed because he did manage to hit the pin.
Mhm.
So
On his lucky day, it would have dropped in. But at that pace, a little hard.
Kapil Dev looking on. You saw this lady golfer drop a very good putt a few holes earlier. Staying a little too short.
Couple, they've always want to teach. He's always been in a habit of teaching people where he feels he can help them. You'll never have him overlook your errors. If you have made an error, he'll try to help you out.
That's a pretty
great
good shot. That's a good shot. So someone in that group has come close. And there's the pro of this group in your picture. And Vidatri is the professional who's accompanying this group. And definitely seems to be easing up a little because the breeze has started to blow.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen the umbrellas now being put away, Ashwin. You don't, for a while, we were seeing a lot of people under the shade of the umbrellas, not many to be seen now.
True. It's that time of the day when it's 3 o'clock, so within another 45 minutes, it should get pleasant again, knowing Bangalore. Or Bengaluru, should one say. The beauty about golf is a 350-yard tee shot is also one shot, and a 6-inch putt is also one shot. So the closer you get to that pin, the more pressure builds up. Because your expectations of the tee aren't as great as your expectations on the green.
But your hopes definitely are of nailing every drive.
True.
Down the center of the fairway.
But you always
regardless
know
of the-
there's a second shot following that. But with that on the green,
Very true.
it's
Very true.
Kapil Dev fit as a fiddle. He looks as fit today as he was when he played for India. Missed to the left again. Let's watch the president of the PGTI in action on the putting green.
Pretty good looking putt there. Turning in at the last minute, but not enough. It's that little rise before the cup that's proving to be tricky, Ashwin. Everyone's kind of struggling with that.
This is the only guy who's missed it to the right. Everyone's missed it to the left, though.
He never made it over that little that hump. Stopped midway through that. The professionals, of course, having to play their ball wherever it is because they are in contention for that
True.
massive prize fund. The amateurs playing a scramble sort of format, mixed scramble format, by the looks of it, and the professionals playing their own. From tomorrow, this group of 24 professionals will move back up into the upper half and will compete the remaining 36 holes.
Playing only with pros.
A stroke play tournament, the way they used to. But the thing is, the entire remaining two-thirds will go through the same process over the next 2 days. Though I still remember your question, which is really interesting. What on the last day, if there's somebody in contention and has to play the pro-am, which is it'll really be a good test of their, concentration,
correct,
ability, nerves, whatever you want to call it.
And I'm sure this is the first time we'll be playing for a title with amateurs.
Yeah, that's exactly.
You always have two pros with you. Or
fighting fellow professionals.
That's assuming the leader is in that group.
If it comes to that, I mean, this is just a theoretical talk. It's not going to, most likely not going to happen.
If you look at the law of averages, look at the probability. Now, Gaurav Pratap Singh has not played with amateurs. Right? So this group here, the top 4 or 5 golfers, none of them is playing with amateurs. So tomorrow or day after they will.
Exactly.
If not tomorrow, then one of them they will.
Exactly.
For sure.
That's what I was saying. So this whole rotational system is interesting, and I'm sure it'll give even players, a novel way of looking at how to cope with the pressures of, on one side the amateur event is happening as this fighting among them. Keep your focus and keep your game going to get the best out of that best possible result in that particular round of the day.
On the flip side, it's a great lesson for an amateur playing with a possible title contender as to how he approaches.
It always is, and we keep your eyes and ears open as an amateur who gets an opportunity to play with these wonderfully talented people, pros. There's so much to learn from them. You don't need to really ask too many questions. You just watch how they go about, their routines and what they're looking at and how they set up, the stance, the swing, the little things to be picked up. So it's always nice to have that option of, and you have a real question, you can always take a little bit of time out, not disturb the professional too much, but
correct,
get a clarification without unduly coming into the flow of their game. And there's huge amounts to be learned. It's always lovely to.
So the sport of golf can only move forward with such a format.
And look, this is one of the few sports that allows you to do this. I mean, how many can you imagine a professional cricketer playing?
You can't.
It
doesn't allow it.
Yeah, competitive event of any other sport for that matter.
To enjoy that environment, you can't. You have to only golf.
It's really, in that sense, wonderfully rare. Kapil has repeatedly said over the years that I wish I had played golf when I was still playing cricket. My concentration would have been that much better, and I probably would have scored up maybe even 2,000 runs more than I eventually did. And he said it not once, not twice, but on several, stages, platforms, he's made the same point. That I wish I had played golf when I was still playing cricket.
Too hard, too far. That said, there is another theory to this. It's cricketers who play cricket like golf who succeed at golf. If you have a wristy cricketer, someone like VVS Lakshman, and I've spoken to Lakshman about it, at point of impact, his wrist starts coming in. And at that time, nothing can help you. So if you're a wristy cricketer, like people in the subcontinent, most of the batsmen here are wristy. But if you have a Kapil Dev, he played cricket like golf. He was always hitting. Jadeja played cricket like golf, right? And the Australians are cut pull players. South Africans are cut pull players. So they have one unit.
One wrist is
one unit.
Firm.
Yeah, firm. So those are the guys who play. Otherwise, you have to adjust.
Wow, that was serious bad luck. I can feel for the gentleman who was putting. It actually horseshoed out. It went in and came
That's
back
the
out.
worst
again.
feeling.
It's the
Worst feeling in
really.
golf, horseshoeing.
No, but conversely, I mean, if you look at, I'm very fortunate to have played with Zafar Iqbal Saab. He's a very regular member of player at Noida GC. He's a very fine player.
But hockey players are not the wrist,
They
and it's
did ultimately, but there is something to be said about the fact that you're used to striking the ball really hard, which probably makes things easy. Romeo James is another very regular player at our at NGC.
plays well.
Plays very well.
What about the tennis
Ashok
players?
Kumar is a regular. Dhyanchandji's son. He comes to play on and off.
What about the tennis players?
I think Vishal Uppal is the only regular. Though Novak Djokovic is apparently a very, very fine. Ivan Lendl used to be a better than scratch golfer. He's almost as good as a professional. So definitely, look, any game when there's ball striking involved, and you will tend to be a good, because you already are halfway home, so to say. Because you and I will have to learn from scratch how to strike the ball, in the way that's required. Any sport that you're used to hitting a ball with a racket or a stick or a bat, you already have the basics of the motion ingrained. All you have to do is fine tune. Yes. But definitely it is an advantage if you played things like, say, tennis or hockey or cricket earlier, in squash.
Squash, yes, true.
Anything. And don't forget, all of these games are side on, which is your basic of golf. Unlike table tennis or something, you're
facing the.
So even there, ultimately when you strike the ball, you are side on.
You are side on, correct.
So that side on thing is basic of every ball sport, and that really helps on you. The big adjustment is, and of course, for them to make the adjustment from a moving ball to a static ball.
Correct.
So that sometimes is a very huge gap.
Colonel Rupi Brar, who worked in Tiger. He is the Asian Games gold medalist in tent pegging. He had mentioned that for him, in polo, in tent pegging, where the horse is moving, the ground is undulating, the ball is moving, the mallet was moving, everything was moving. It was far easier for him to hit that than a stationary golf.
Yeah. It's a mental thing. The stationary ball is almost for starters and for amateurs.
You're expected to hit it, yeah.
No, it's mocking you. Come on, hit me. I'm here. Yeah. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not moving. Let me see what you can do. And you tend to lose it. Your mind goes blank, and all you're doing is throwing your club at as hard as you can at the ball. So, which is basically golf. If you play, it is a lot of unlearning.
That's true. That's the harder part. Yeah.
That's the toughest part of golf. Unlearning is the hardest part of this game. Because you make one mistake in your earlier years and whatever you're learning, it's almost impossible to get that kink.
Also, you have to leave your ego home when you're playing golf. If you have an ego saying, I'll do this, I'll do that, it humbles you like nothing else.
On that fascinating note, I will hand over to our fellow commentator and expert of the day, Mr. Swami, who will join Ashwin and take you through the next half an hour of action.
Now that's a new kind of a sweep you might not see in cricket, but you might see it in golf when they're trying to get rid of the loose sand grains on the green.
It's a very good sweep for cricket, sir. You've just invented a new shot. You can sweep it past the bowler.
Yeah. So Pretty interesting there. The afternoon session, the second session, which is seeing the pro-am with the 24 professionals playing alongside their amateur compatriots. Remember, when you see hole number 9, it does not necessarily mean that they've completed half their holes, because most of the players all had a staggered start. Or rather, they had a shotgun start, sorry, not staggered. They all began at the same time from different tees, so they will also finish at the same time.
An interesting statistic about the professionals playing in the morning. The leaderboard, as it stands right now, in the top 10 players, with the exception of the first and the second ranked player, the other 8 players have all finished their round with birdies. They've all birdied the par 4 18th.
Interesting stat out there, Ashwin.
All have shot threes on the par 4 18th. Interesting way of reading the line, straddling the ball and hanging the club like a pendulum to assess and he does it again. Alignment is everything. Next thing in line is assessing the amount of pace to be imparted to the ball for it to find the heart of the cup. All set, he's ready to let loose. And all that work didn't go in vain. A good putt, and off to the next hole.
Rohan is actually quite a good player. He's represented India as an amateur, even at the Asia Pacific Championships. Done well. He hasn't really broken through on the PGTI's professional tour, but he is capable. He's still on the younger side in the mid 20s. There you see Gaurav Pratap Singh right on top of the leaderboard at 9 under 63, Arjun Prasad 8 under 64, and Kalin Joshi, one of the late finishers, was 7 under 65. Good job out of there.
The Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational, a rupees 2 crore event, with the winner getting to take home a fat check of 30 lakhs.
15% of the purse, and 10% goes to the second place. So you can imagine a good chunk of that prize purse actually goes to the top two players, and quite rightly so.
There was a time when the three of the top four events on the professional tour total to 30 lakhs.
That is true.
And now the winner alone takes home 30 lakhs of one particular tournament on the PGTI circuit. The water body looks beautiful, extremely scenic, but it's waiting to grab hold of that errant ball. That's the leaderboard over there, displayed beautifully next to the green. That's Mr. Dheeraj Jha of Athletic Drive walking onto the green. The Prestige Golfshire course is a par 72 facility totaling to 7,004 yards. One of the longer golf courses in the country. Tests your skills off the tee box and your skills on the green to the hill because the greens are quick, measuring 10.3 on the stemp meter and undulating. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, there are deep bunkers and water bodies waiting to swallow a misguided shot. Accuracy and distance are paramount for any kind of success at the Prestige Golfshire golf course. Miss to the left. The reason these golfers are missing to the right and left is they're expecting the ball to break at some stage, which it isn't doing. So reading the line of the green is very, very essential. Very important. Mr. Dheeraj Jha there. He's already seen his fellow golfer miss to the right. Will he aim to the left? Oh, sorry, miss to the left. He has to aim to the right. Maybe 6 inches to the right to drop that ball in the cup. Get set, go. And as I mentioned, 6 inches to the right, but no legs. That ball would have most likely dropped had there been some kind of force, a little more force imparted to it at point of impact.
Another word about the format that's being used in this tournament, which has 60 male professionals and 12 women professionals. In the first half of the day, in the first session, 48 professionals will be paired in 3 balls and they will play their round. And the afternoon session will have 24 professionals and they will have, each professional will have 3 amateurs to play with. That makes it 72. And each of the 3 days, that is on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the 24 players playing with amateurs in the afternoon will keep changing. That way, every professional would have played with his team of amateurs. And the morning session will also rotate like that with 16 three balls, which will have both men and women professionals. 8 women professionals will feature in the groups in the morning session, and 4 of them play with the amateurs in the evening each of the 3 days. So and the scores of the professionals will count towards the main tournament, which is the Kapil Dev GT Thornton professional event, which carries a purse of 2 crores, and there will be no separate places for women. They will all be as per their score, and if any of the girls top, they carry that 20% or 15% of that purse of 2 crores.
First of its kind in professional golf in India, Kapil Dev Grant Thornton 2025 Invitational certainly set a benchmark.
Well, of the players who've actually finished the morning session of the 18 holes, Gaurav Pratap Singh is leading the whole field at 9 under. Interestingly, the top women's player, the top lady player, that is Hitashi Bakshi. She is tied 17th with 3 under. So she's done a pretty good job in the morning session. The best score, and also Ridhima Dilavari, she shot 1 under and is 33rd, as is Pranavi Ors. So the 3 women standing out in the morning session with Hitashi, Pranavi, and Ridhima. Sneha is still playing. Vani Kapoor didn't have a great day. Tressa Malik and Amandeep also had a tough call.
Beautiful golf course, as you can see, picturesque, very well planned, very challenging, yet rewarding if you're playing quality golf shots. And those villas in the background are that they're peppering the fairways, picturesque fairways. There's Nandi Hills in the backdrop of the villas. Great property to invest in, great place to stay. And the added incentive is you can pop in and play golf at any given time. The weather in Bengaluru is another plus. You see those golf carts flying around. The other concept about this tournament is, other unique feature is all the players, be it professionals or amateurs, will be transported from green to tee in golf carts to ensure that pace of play is maintained and the tournament is not affected by any delay in play, nor is anyone's game affected by delay in play. Usually, what happens is if there is a slow player, it tends to affect the game of play, the pace of play, and therefore the rhythm of his fellow players. There is no chance of happening on this golf tournament. A great concept indeed. You see that beautiful fairway, that aerial view, with its checkered fairway, with its fair share of bunkers peppering the left side of the fairway, kidney-shaped fairway, with a water body in the far left. Hole number 17. A longish putt. Oh, that fell short by a couple of rolls. Just a little more impact behind the ball would have nailed this putt. It was very much in line, heading the right way. And can you believe
Just
it?
over that hole. Not the happiest of pictures to see a golf ball go past there.
That's a nice way of reading the line. Stand behind the ball and align your club. You got to make sure that the club is still aligned when you strike the ball. And he has missed it to the left. These are 1.5 feet to 2 feet long putts. And finally, one putt is drained. Off to the next tee box. Another beautiful aerial view, and look at those outstanding cottages. Just dream homes at the Prestige Golfshire course, living in the precincts of a golf course. Excellent air to breathe, fresh air to breathe, great weather, golf course to play whenever you like, a great property. What more could you ask for? And then the opportunity to witness a tournament like the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025, year after year.
That was Jasmine. She had her breakthrough win late last year. She tried her hand. She plans to try her hand at a few LET events and also to go to the Q school. Having a lot of fun out there. Well, as I said a little while ago, no changes in the pro scores, pro leaderboard. All the morning session players still holding sway, though the best afternoon score has actually been 2 under from Shivendra Sisodia and also from Sudhir Sharma. The morning conditions quite helpful, but never mind. Some of these players will be in the morning session over the next 2 days.
Yeah, plenty of learnings for all concerned for me, whether it's the pros who are having to learn how to keep an even sharper focus on their own game, even as the amateurs around them will also be looking for a little bit of instruction or a little few tips to improve their games, and keeping the larger picture in mind that they are ultimately playing for the 20 million prize pot that the KDGT 2025 is offering. It's 72 professionals, the top 60 from the men's tour and the top 12 from the women's. Also, let's not forget, Swami, simultaneously we've had another 54-hole event that the PGTI has run.
Correct.
It finished
Yes,
today
precisely.
at the Classic Golf Country Club near Gurgaon. 60 lakh event also that was. It's not a small event. So all those who were not in the top 60 weren't exactly sitting idle this week. So
Oh yes, they had a great outing too.
kudos again to the PGTI on this to make sure that everybody in there in the top, all those who hold regular cards, plus some of the top names at the Q school who didn't make it all the way to full status, also have playing opportunities. Not just this one, also the 3 next gen events that have started from this year that preceded. Oh, that's a nice little finish from Aryan Rupanand there. Local boy again. We have seen a large component of Bangalore players, Swami, and Bangalore and Mysore players in this who are appearing at this event. It was almost double figures if you really look at it. 2, 3, 4. 3 in from the women's side and a handy number from the men's side as well. I think Shaurya Binu is also from Bangalore. Shaurya Binu, Akshay Niranjan.
Yeah. Akshay Niranjan, from Bangalore.
And Aryan, of course, Kalin Joshi. Udayan Mane technically qualifies in one sense to be a Bangalore boy because he had a lot of his early golf here.
Yeah, he used to train with Vijay
Devecha. So a very handy representation. M. Dharma from Bangalore. Mysore's Yashas Chandra. 3, 4. So there's been a very healthy number of virtually local golfers in the field here. 2 crore rupee event. It's a big one. It's one of the biggest so far in the PGTI's calendar.
You were talking about the Players PGTI Players Championship, which was going on at the Classic Golf and Country Club. The 54-hole tournament was won by Virash Madappa, who was making a comeback after such a long time. He hasn't played golf, or rather competitive golf at the PGTI level for like more than a year. The last time he actually turned up was at the Kolkata Challenge last year, and he missed the cut, went through a complete drop in form, and he is now hit back immediately with scores of 67, 73, and 65 for 11 under, and a 2-shot win over another close friend, Trishul Chinnappa, who shot 72, 64, and 71 for 9 under. So that 60 lakh event actually being won by Viraj Madappa, who picks up a wonderful win after such a long time. So that is indeed a good, omen for him. And that field also had Siddiqur Rahman, a multiple winner on the Asian Tour, who also played at the DP World Tour, and he is now here playing in the 60 lakh event. So naturally, he has his eyes on the main top events of the PGTI also.
Also a former Indian Open winner, Swami.
That's right.
The
yes.
days before it, but it was still being played at the DGC.
Yes.
He was the winner there as well. I bumped into him at the Callan's Open Pro-Am the day after you all finished with the main event. And he said he's back on the PGTI after a gap of 15 years.
Well, the competition there is pretty solid. If you look at the field which was there in that that opposite event, it included Chikarangappa, it included Himmat Singh Rai. All these players are of a pretty good caliber, wonderful players who have been doing very well. And then young pros like Rohit Narwal, who's just moved in from the amateur ranks to the professional ranks. And of course, that war horse Mukesh Kumar, another young Bengalurian Syed Saqib Ahmed. There is a lot of talent out there. And all these players, and right there at 52nd place was Irfan Ali Molla, son of another former Indian Open winner, Firoz Ali. So there was also even the second level tournament, in a manner of speaking, a 60 lakh event had such a strong field, and Viraj Madappa made a winning return, comes back after a long layoff, more than a year, and straight away enters the winner's circle. His last event was actually the Kolkata Challenge in March 2024, and before that he played in 2023 at the Haryana Open. So Viraj, after a long absence, has come back in a telling manner, winning the PGTI Players Championship at the Classic Golf and Country Club. A big morale booster for him. And I'm sure he is eyeing more events in the second half of the year, the season. And that is indeed a huge welcome thing, because Viraj is an Asian Tour winner, he's an international winner, and certainly a huge talent.
Yeah, just from a few of the names that you were talking about just now, Swami, fair number of former Asian Tour card holders
Yes,
right there. So,
and multiple winners on the PGTI.
Yes.
Chikaragappa actually has been an honor of merit winner of the PGTI a couple of times. I mean, a fantastic player, of course, going through a bad patch, and I'm sure he's going to get back to good form at some time sooner than later.
Even as we were speaking, we saw some really, really good putts. One just stopping on the edge, this one actually hitting the edge of the circle and swinging away. Ball tends to often pick up speed actually when it just dives into the hole and pops back out very frequently. There's two very good putting efforts so far from the amateurs in this group. They're of course playing their own championship just as the professionals are playing their own. Their scores will count in the 54-hole 3-day total on Saturday evening. And as Swami pointed out, it's more the morning flight that really has done the heavy scoring.
Did you notice the cricket touch there? The way he sent the ball and then he held it as if it was a straight bat, sending the ball straight back to the bowler and past him.
Push drive.
Exactly.
So now you see the third am in this group. He will be hoping for better. We've seen some very impressive putting actually from the amateurs. There was a lady who was part of Kapil's group. She dropped a couple of good putts. And the gentleman in the glasses and the blue shirt in the preceding group, he's been very impressive as well. Nailed two excellent putts. This one, unfortunately, will stay a bit short. His two compatriots were far closer. One of them actually within tapping range of this. To finish things off on this hole. And this is, as we mentioned earlier, the last event of the pre-summer of the first half of the PGTI's 2025 schedule. We've seen three new events being brought on, and which have been completed.
Well, I hear that there could be another event before the first half of the season ends, and that could be a quick announcement. It's not confirmed as yet. I'm sure our PGTI management will let us know very soon.
And even in all of that, then we had yesterday the announcement from the DP World Tour, of course, that they're bringing the richest ever event to be played in India, the $4 million DP World India Championship, which will be part of the later stage of the race to Dubai's the DP World Tour's rankings race.
I'll be part of the Back Nine series, as they call it.
Back Nine series. In fact, the European Tour, the DP World Tour, is finishing its Asian swing even as we speak in the next couple of days.
Yes.
With the event in China, in Hainan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Hainan Classic.
So then after it will shift over to Europe for the main part of the tour. And of course, we do have two representatives playing on the DP World. जैसे मैं पहले कट बनाने का प्रेशर डालता था वो मैंने छोड़ दिया है. I would prefer now just to play and do the best on the day. So good learnings for him. I'm sure Manu also returned from Europe with his share of learnings, and we are currently going through the same process alongside Shubhankar, who's now in his 7th year on the.
Yes, I mean, indeed, he's managed to keep his card on playing rights. And play actually was called off early in China for the first round because of weather, the possibility of a thunderstorm. So he had played just 13 holes and he was 2 under. And the more important thing was that there were no bogeys on the card, just 2 birdies. So that should be pretty encouraging to show. There's been a little bit of change of equipment for Schumacher, which is why his form has showed a bit of a dip. But this is a game which shows ups and downs all the time, and we've seen that here. We just spoke about, we just spoke about what had happened with the Viraj, and now it's so great stuff for him. He has come back into excellent form, and hopefully, that is going to kind of galvanize him in a manner of speaking once again, and he can do that. I mean, he can be very, very solid there.
Even as we speak, Swami, good to see young Sneha Singh back in the red figures. She had picked up an early shot and then gave away a bogey thereafter. Midway through the front nine, she's picked up one at the turn. So she is back in red. She's 1 under for the event, and of the 9 holes to go, she still has a chance of climbing a little further up the leaderboard from 32nd, where she currently is. young woman of great promise alongside, and she and Hitachi, of course, are starting to build a sort of rivalry that will be remembered in Indian golf for a very long time. They've been at each other's throat from the time they were juniors.
Oh, yes,
They
absolutely.
contested the National Open final, and which was won literally on the last 36th and last hole by Sneha at the Bombay Presidency some years ago. And thereafter, she and Hitachi have continued their ding dong battle on the Indian Women's Pro Tour as well. Uh, Both are frequent winners. Hitachi now also sharing time between India and Thailand, where she plays on the Thailand. She has playing rights on the Thailand tour, gaining experience in different conditions. And as Swami mentioned earlier in the day, how she was at the Singapore Classic,
Singapore Ladies Masters.
Ladies Masters.
She had a top 3 finish there.
So, in fact, if you actually look on a proportional basis, I think the Indian women golfers are actually having more of proportionately a larger representation on international tours than the men at this point in time.
Yes, indeed. Actually, though, the men, I mean, a lot of PGTI members have been playing across in other tours, like Saptak Talwar has a card on the Hotel Planner Tour. Rehan Thomas has got a card on the Corn Ferry Tour. And, like we have many of the other boys playing on the Asian Tour. Veer and Shubhankar are on the DP World Tour. So there is a little bit of a movement here and there, but I think it's a bit of a change right now as the seniors like Shiv Kapoor, Anirban ladies left the tour, of course. Some of the other players are going through a bit of a lull. I mean, Joe Gaganjeet would not agree with that because he does show the spark and he can always come up with a winning streak. After all, 11 international titles is not something that you can overlook.
Including one last year.
Exactly. So in that sense, Gaganjeet is, still maintaining what he has over the years been doing. However, I would say there is a whole bunch of youngsters on the PGTI tour right now who are capable of breaking through, and it's all a matter of confidence. Once you win, the first international event, I think that actually is the glass ceiling of sorts for them. And once they go through that, I think that the sky is the limit. Ajit Agarkar looking a professional golfer, absolutely. His play has been excellent. We've seen a lot of it today. There is Danik there, who's done a pretty good job out there, yes.
Fairly hectic day of golf today. 48 professionals teeing off in the morning wave, playing amongst themselves, flights of 3. And once they were pretty much almost done, it was time for the Pro-Am, 3 amateurs lining up alongside the professionals in 24 groups, 4 ladies and 20 men from the professional side. And here we are. We have a few visuals from 2 or 3 of those groups that we have been following from the time the Pro-Am teed off at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Almost every shot that is brought to you from our camera teams on ground just underlines what a magnificent course this is in terms of maintenance as well as the layout and all of it. Water level is a little low in the water bodies, but that's because the monsoon is yet to arrive, and once that does come, Swami, once the rains have gone, this is truly a magnificent sight. The adjacent lake fills up completely. The water bodies are significantly more, brimming with water, and it's a great sight to see. It's a little dry at the moment. And once the rains come, it will change even more. And this gentleman on your screen now, he's the one who's actually performed very impressively with the putter. So Let's see whether he can get a hat trick of solid putts. He's dropped 2 so far in the last 3 holes. Doing a pretty good job of it. Setting it up nicely. And a good stable base to putt from. Just leaving it a bit on the low side. But he's given his playing partners a good read. As far as the line is concerned, the pace was quite alright. There was nothing wrong with that. Ajit Agarkar up next. You very briefly heard from our chairman of National Selection Committee, who chatted on camera for us with us a little while ago. And here he's looking to cash in on that, making it look like the same mistake. Ball staying on the right side of the hole and rolling straight. So maybe they're playing for a break that really isn't there.
Talking of our professionals on that, actually the Indian tour has also become the PGTI has become pretty much a favorite for some of the upcoming professionals. For example, we have Danik who's playing here. He's been on the Indian tour for the last 2 years, and he loves coming over here. He enjoys it and is hoping that he can actually go on further from here, because this offers a very good passage to higher levels of golf. He's 28 years old, has been a professional since 2018, and I'm sure he's looking for more opportunities all the time.
Now the amateurs in that group, in Stephen's group, really making anything out of the opportunity they had. Third gentleman, of course, coming the closest, but still leaving his ball on the right side. Clearly, everyone's playing for some sort of a break that never happened. Danik with his putt. So we're looking very solid with the putter, Swami.
Yes,
indeed. 3 good putts in a row he's knocked in from different distances without any hesitation. Very solid. Each one of them really found the center of the cup. So he'll be pleased with the way things are going. Yes, coming back to your point, it's actually now, in fact, the PGTI Q School and the tour itself has virtually become something of a mini international tour.
Oh, yes.
It's something like 17 countries represented at the Q School itself, which is a huge jump from what it was. Essentially, it was South Asia. It was, you had Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, maybe Nepal represented.
But now you have players from Korea, Japan.
I think we have somebody from the West Indies. There's a gentleman here from
imagine that.
I think Joshua Searles. He's here, come all the way from the West Indies. So from the US, you have Saito. I think he's been playing the last year or two.
Saito. So actually, there are players coming in from all over the place, because one, the PGTI is quite well organized in terms of its calendar planning.
Right.
Now, if the first 4 months, or rather the 3 months, February, March, and April, they've seen a dozen tournaments. Of course, those included the Indian Open also, and the 2 Challenge Tour events, the Hotel Planner events. But other than that, 9 other events where the prize purse has never been less than 1 crore of rupees. So I think that's a pretty solid, schedule for a domestic tour. And I think that is what is making PGTI stand out far more than many of the other countries. Well, Thailand has its own events, Singapore, Thailand in particular, of course. But the number of events is much less. The prize purse is also much smaller. So I think the incentive to be here in India is huge. And also the competition is good. So I would say, with also world ranking points, never mind how little they are, the fact is that there are world ranking points here. So I would say that the Indians do have something very good, in terms with their tour, and also the arrangements that they have with the DP World Tour, of the winner of the Order of Merit getting a place on the DP World Tour itself, the main tour, I think that is a huge incentive.
I mean, just the fact that you were talking a little while ago about a full event having a price purse of 50,000 or a lakh of rupees.
Exactly.
And you have a subsidiary. Let's not really, it's not really a subsidiary, but for those who are not in the top 60,
Yeah.
for them to have been playing a tour championship, which is a 60 lakh rupee event, it just shows, it underlines very dramatically just how far we have come as a tour, the Indian professional. And what personally makes me very happy, because just like you have, we both follow the women's tour also with great interest and admiration, is the fact that now the women are getting a chance to play for some serious prize money. This is even if the lower half will earn more than a winner on their regular tour.
If you want to apples to apples, if you want to make a comparison of sorts, I mean, when you look at a 2 crore event, it is something like $220,000.
Right.
And you have events on the Challenge Tour, the Hotel Planet Tour, which is kind of run so kind of by so much by the main DP World Tour itself, which has got its a senior tour. There, the tournaments are between 250 and 300,000 euros. So, $220,000 event in India, and a couple of them, like the Tour Championships, actually going up to 3 crores. So, which is like more than $300,000. So, this is very comparable. And also, week after week, there is no tournament which is less than a crore. A crore means $110,000. So I would say that the way the PGTI Tour is now offering money, it is massive amount of incentive. And I think that is what is making the Indian Tour stand out. And I think there is still a lot of potential. We've been repeating this and saying this time and again. Say the coming in of 3 new sponsors in just the first half of the season, with Adani, Indorama, and Kelance. I think that shows that there is so much more potential, and the door is opening slowly but steadily. And I think once it opens, the floodgates will open with a lot of prize money. And I would say the Indian tour could compare itself with any international tour, and have lots and lots of top class players coming in here. That was a fantastic shot.
Just how good that shot is from, you can see from where the pro in this group, Seher Atwal, is on the edge of the green, and the gentleman who's obviously one of the three amateurs has knocked it to within maybe 3 feet, 2.5, 3 feet of the pin. So great stuff. Very.
Seher is playing alongside Ashwin Chandiok, Jaydeep Chitlangia, and Alok Garodia. Jaydeep Chitlangia, a former IGU member, also Calcutta based. To be fair to many of these amateurs, some of them at least are excellent amateurs. I mean, they would probably are, say, single digit handicappers, and some of them in the range 12 to 15. So which is actually quite good. And of course, there is always that smattering of newcomers. So I think it's a good, nice mix and match. Now this group, for example, I mean the amateurs in this group have actually been fabulous. They've actually put together a great show. Haji Tagakar, Mirali, and Ashish Mota. Let's have a look at this putt. This group has actually been pretty eye-catching. Now, that was a bit. He whacked it just a wee bit more. But I think because when it came off the mound, it still had a fair amount of speed. So it just kind of run away a little bit more. But still pretty good there from a long putt out there.
Tricky one, no doubt, because you have to cater for one upside and downside, and the green obviously rolling quite true.
So Ajit Agarkar also playing from the. This is the scramble format here, whereby the players, then the amateurs, they kind of play from the best ball for each shot. So they're now going to putt from the same place here.
It seems to be a
Each
lot
one of
better
them.
in
Now
terms of speed.
Ajit Agarkar is showing signs that he is a star golfer in the making.
Vishesh Chandiok there on screen live feed 2 with their group professional Sneha Singh squatting in the background. Sneha, of course, has fought her way back to 1 under par for the event. She's now best placed among the women alongside Avni Prashant. And
No, Hitashi's got 3 under.
Hitachi. No, I'm saying in that second deck, behind Hitachi. So, yeah.
Each of them actually learning from the previous person. So I think that was Ajit Agarkar's putt was the best. So they'll probably be using his ball for putting it out. Meanwhile, the professional will play off his own ball. So Danik there. Just kissed the lip there and stayed out.
The first one is missed in some time. He's been putting very steadily. Solid putting display. Said Kirmani in the live feed 2 in the blue t-shirt, the light blue t-shirt in the background. His trademark bandana. All looking as Sneha looks to finish off her putt. So to finish her putt. No problem. Just a little tap in. Vishesh Chandiok does the same. And the group will move on. They are now into the second half of their day out in this pro-am, which will continue for the next 2 days, and we will continue to bring you live pictures and the stories of what's happening in front of you. 54.
So each of these players putting out with their own ball, and Ajit Agarkar, who was the closest to the pin, was not even needed. So that's interesting there. Vinesh Garwal.
Giving that one a fairly hefty strike. Not making much of an impression on the cup.
This group has got Sudhir Sharma as the professional with them, Mithun, Videsh Garwal, and Deepak Kumar Kati.
Sudhir also has climbed to 2 under. He has not dropped a shot so far in his 9 holes that they have played. Some good stuff there from the Noida and Greater Noida boys all around. Amardeep Malik also is 2 under. And we have event leader at 9 under par also from the Noida Golf Course, Gaurav Pratap Singh, of course, knocking in a course record score this morning after Arjun Prasad had broken it first, improving on the standing record of 6 under par. 66 in the name of Rahul Gangji, who came pretty close himself with a 4 under for the day.
Now that is overshot the green by a huge margin.
Look at the size of the greens, Swami. That's what I keep marveling about. They're huge greens.
Boom. Off the green.
The pin is tucked away front and left for this one. And see the amount of space it had to run. I mean, it just kept going. Jasmine Shekhar now. Vidatri Urs now. Looks to be the second of the par 5 on the back nine. Plenty of undulations. Lots and lots of landscaping done. You can see the spin on that ball fell and spun about a feet, 2 feet backwards from where it dropped. In the background, you can see the 10th tee box. This is the 10th hole. This is another interesting one, and plenty of undulations on the way to the green. Action continuing in the Pro-Am. The first day of the 3-day Pro-Am, we have 24 teams in action. We had 48 professionals playing in the morning wave. This pattern will be played out over the next 2 days as well. The 24 professionals who played today will move up back into the ranks of the pros. 24 from the 48 who played today moved down, and the remaining 24 who played today will also move down on the final day. So the rotation, everybody gets to play 2 rounds alongside stroke play competition and 1 round as part of the Pro-Am. So even Stevens all around for the field of 72, 60 men, the top 60 men on the PGTI's order of merit, and the top 12 in the women's tour rankings.
An interesting thing, sir, is the lowest scores were achieved in the first half, and thereafter no one's caught up.
It happens very often because the morning conditions are the best. Greens are receptive, they're soft. Ball will, once it sticks, once it falls, and you have the chance of getting really good scores. But as the day wears on, like you pointed out earlier, Ashwin, greens start to dry out, and the ball will run a lot more. As we've seen now, even the slightest miss hit, the ball just races away.
Just one question. When they say the greens read 10.3 on the stimp meter, right? Does it take into account dew and no dew? As in when there is dew, it's reading 10.3 according to how the level it's been cut to. But the pace will differ when the dew goes away. So how does one cater to that?
It basically, the reading is to give the professionals an idea of the pace. It will obviously vary from the morning to the evening. Now all of a sudden, if it rains, it's not going to be a 10.3 anymore.
Correct.
So 10.3 at the point when the reading was taken in the morning, so which means the pros know
how to adjust.
That they will at some point in time during the course of the day, as the greens dry out or get a little firmer, it will pick up pace, and it's up to them to adjust their game and their putting pace and their putting pressure
Accordingly.
accordingly. So that's how it goes in every event. Like we had at the Indorama Ventures Open in Kalhar, we had a green speed of 11 and a half, 11.4, 11.5. Look at that. That is some serious skill from one of the amateurs in this group. That any professional would have been proud to have that shot in his book or her book for that matter. Since this is a mixed field event, it's all the more important for us to remember that. And that was not even the best shot. My goodness. There was somebody who was even closer.
But has someone chipped, or
This is
was that a putt?
chip. No, that's a chip. He was chipping from off the green. Brilliant stuff. Wow. So as the day is cooling down, I think you can see the scores. Better part of the game's coming to the fore. That was a very nifty effort there. The gentleman who had the closer chip completes the honors. I think they give him which is very correctly, they give him the honors of, since your chip shot was that close, you finish it off. And now Vidatri with her putt on this. Not much of a breeze to be seen here, but then again, this hole is inside a bit of a swale. It's a little shallow valley, so maybe it's one reason why the wind is not really reaching here. You've seen a fair amount of it. Look at the elevation difference, Ashwin, from the one. You can see the tee box behind Vidatri, how much further, at least 25, 30, 40 foot elevation difference. And this is like kind of in a little valley, so
Undulating completely.
undulating and a little shaded from the wind. Well, from Mysore, it was on a hot streak last year. Reeled off three, I think, in a row or four, 3 in 4 tournaments, 3 wins in 4 tournaments. Tremendous. Following a cousin, of course, with our three. Pranavi is now a regular on the Ladies European Tour. Made a very good impression in a rookie season last year, and continuing to impress. Obviously, get so many opportunities to hone her game playing alongside some really great names on the Ladies European Tour. You have legends who play on that tour on a regular basis, and also provides a pathway to the top level, the LPGA in the US.
That's an interesting golf ball.
An interesting putt as well. Very happy, big smiles all around. He's done the job for his team, and off they go.
Well, in terms of Olympic Games, I mean, of course, we had golf. Golf was part of the Olympic Games once upon a time, and then it got dropped, and it came back in 2016 in Rio. Similarly, there used to be events like standing long jump and standing high jump. Then, there used to be 200 meters hurdles. All those events, 200-meter hurdles was special because an Indian won a silver medal in 1900, in 1900.
Norman Pritchard.
Norman Pritchard. So now, and of course, as far as hockey is concerned for LA Olympics, it is still very much on the program. There was just talk that it might get dropped, but it did. It hasn't. Break dancing is what has got actually dropped out of the agenda. But what is sad is that the Commonwealth Games has lost out a lot of the India-oriented events. Golf was supposed to was supposed to come in when the games were originally given to Australia. But Australia dropped out of it, and the games now go back to Glasgow, which is going to have only 12 disciplines at the Commonwealth Games. So that will be a truncated games where many of the games where India does well won't be there. And unfortunately, golf, which was supposed to be included, will not be there now.
That's a bit ironic, isn't it? Scotland opting to drop golf from the agenda. That's really ironic. From a games that it is holding. But I think shooting has been axed, or has it been reinstated? No, it's gone.
Wow.
All right. So yeah, even as we come to the end of the day's action on the first day of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational. This is the Pro-Am, the afternoon Pro-Am, which will be played on a daily basis. 24 professionals leading 24 groups, each a group each. We have diverted from the golf just a little bit to bring you small updates from here and there, which is good. You have to have a little bit of variety on your plate, even as the golf continues as the main item on your menu. So longish putt from there. Oh, lovely putt, making good use of the contours of the green. Pretty much a lag putt from that distance.
It's almost like it was guided by a GPS tracker. Just fell short.
Every good putt feels like that.
But if you notice, the putting has improved in the last half an hour, 45 minutes.
Maybe the green is now rolling.
True. Something to do with the greens, because earlier they were.
But at the same time, actually, look at the score at the leaderboard. The entire, pretty much the entire top 40 or top 45 have just had one double bogey in that lot. The next double bogey comes from the player who was 44th.
Yeah.
So which means 42 players in the top 42 have not considered a double bogey, which tells you something for probably what it was in the morning. I mean, that much more.
And inversely, the same thing applies for Eagles, because the top 40 is top 33 or top 32. Sorry, top 33 tied 33rd. After that, there is not a single Eagle.
Right.
It's almost a line distinguishing the double bogeyers from the Eaglers. Has anyone got a double bogey and an Eagle?
I'm sure someone has.
No, not a soul.
Not showing up yet. But there are a few entertainers in the PGTI who do that. We've we've been following them through this season, and there are more than one who are quite capable of doing that, and have actually done so.
Well, Achima has come close. He's got a birdie, a double bogey, and another birdie. That's the closest if we have come to a double bogey. And
yeah, believe me, there are some guys on this. They go for broke. And when you go for broke, you're going to sometimes pay the price. More often than not, you won't, because they're good enough to pull it off. But sometimes it just can go. And the margin is very small. I mean, like I said, a couple of inches off the tee, and you're way into the woodland.
Standard deviation takes it somewhere else.
It just keeps getting wider and wider as you go. It's a very nice putting stroke and a pretty good result too. Very, so that's the new gold standard for this group. You're closest to the pin. Sarah 12 on live feed 2.
Sir Atwal from a golfing family related to Arjun Atwal, Meher Atwal, Karan Atwal, and of course Govind Atwal, who is Arjun's elder brother.
Just sending a putt. There was more right to left break on that than she anticipated, probably. It's gone maybe a foot or two beyond what she would have ideally liked. Certainly, at one time where Arjun Atwal is concerned, at least, and Simi Mehra for that matter, Calcutta was the big. Calcutta and Delhi were the big providers of talent for Indian golf. And then over the years, it's kind of broadened out a lot. Chandigarh and Bangalore are the new Maccas. And like Swami was talking about Rohit Narwal, he comes from a small Karnal, small little Haryana town. Abhinav Lohan's from Faridabad. So it's the way it's spreading out. It's good. That is what happened with cricket. It went to the smaller towns. Mahendra Singh Dhoni came from Ranchi. Harbhajan Singh came from Jalandhar. And things like, for example, Munaf Patel came from. So this is what creates a bigger and broader and healthier base for any sport. And to see Indian golf also going down that road, it's really good to see. It's a
So where did he play in Karnal? I mean, is there a golf course there? I know Faridabad has one, Aravali, but where did he play in Karnal?
There are more golf courses than you and I know about, Ashwin.
The last
Did you know, for example, this is a stat I spent 9 years in that state before moving to Delhi, that Assam at one time had the highest number of golf courses per state. If you look at it per a nice little but there, making no mistake, good judgment of pace. So Assam at one point had the highest number of golf courses in the country in terms of as a state, yes. If you look at, there's a very good reason for it. If you look back to what Assam was, yes, 50 years ago, it was a very large center and thriving center which had the British way of tea estate would have a manager, assistant manager. There'd be 15 management people or 10 management people, and to keep them occupied, almost every course, every garden or every two gardens or three gardens would pool together and have a little course.
Wow.
Which over the years have, of course, now shut down. Some of them being converted into real estate developments, some into schools, but that's true. What was that?
Can you believe that? That too from Seher Atwal.
She will be disappointed at that.
That can be frustrating.
Swung around the upper edge of that and just kept going. No, certainly the Delhi NCR region has a huge advantage. Given the increasing pressure on land around the country, you'll have fewer and fewer, unless you have these large developments like we saw at Kalar or Kensville or the Oxford Resort in Pune, and private events like that.
Yeah. You need to build an ecosystem around
Delhi NCR has a massive number of courses. something like 23 or 24.
Mhm.
And if you add the newest one, India has just got a new public course where this DDA has opened its third course in Dwarka.
Okay.
27 hole. I don't know how much of the golf course itself is open, but I think definitely 9 holes are in play or already operational.
Have you played?
No, I have not played there. Not yet.
There's a treacherous bunker.
Have you been there?
No, never. Now that you mentioned, I definitely will make a trip.
Oh, I thought you were referring to that.
No,
Rather.
no, this treacherous bunker.
Okay,
out
I
there.
thought there was a treacherous bunker there.
No, no, I'm sure there is. For me, any bunker is treacherous.
So there are two now. That's if that is complete.
Uh-huh.
Then on this side you have the Noida International Golf Course, which is again currently stalled because of land acquisition issues. So on two sides of Delhi, you have two potentially 27-hole golf courses coming
Wow.
up. One probably already in play, and the other one hopefully soon. Nice little tap on chip. Ooh, nice one. But I think Swami during the day he had earlier mentioned. Oh yeah, when Brandon was giving his little demo on the simulator, right? That's one of the ways to go. If you don't have the space, or if land is going to be increasingly an issue, uh, you don't have space for a full-fledged golf course. You go for an indoor simulator, which gives you the feel of playing. You can pick from more than, I think, some of the better programs have 200, 300 golf courses you can pick from.
Wow.
And indoor. In fact, there are some in Greater Noida. There are a couple of very large indoor golf centers that have opened up. I think one of them is called Five Iron Golf. They have something like 8 or 10 bays. It gives you a vast selection of not just golf courses. You don't need to take any. You don't even need your own. You can walk in, pay, and you have a decent level of golf sets available. Good balls. You pick a bay and you pick the golfs you want to play, and you go for it. So that's definitely one way of popularizing the sport in the long run. Driving ranges, nice spot there. Another way forward.
Driving ranges, yes, for sure.
Where to make it, I think at some point in time, Indian golf has to look at making the bowling alley concept, bring it into golf.
There is the chip putt golf course in Surrey Fort.
Yeah, but the problem is when you have government controls and the government
correct,
sort of, there's a whole lot of boring government rules. You can't do this, you can't. There's more than can't.
Correct.
Whereas the bowling alley concept is you can. You have fun. You play music. You have food. You get drinks. You have basically make it a party. Go out, have a party, have fun, have some competition as well. So yeah, that's the way. That's one way of. I think Top Golf. What's in Dubai? They're
Correct,
really,
correct.
They're really making it. They make a big statement. They've really become a very healthy setup in terms of revenue generation.
Missed it to the left.
I think followed his
Identical
partner.
to the earlier
Yeah,
partner.
to his partner, he did the very same thing. Top golf, it is called. सचिन आजा
सॉरी आपको बैठना है आइए अच्छा वहाँ बैठना है चलो ठीक है नहीं मैं आप बैठिए मैं से
The opening day's action slowly but steadily coming towards an end. The afternoon session, which saw 24 professionals play with 72 amateurs, each 4 ball comprising 3 amateurs and 1 professional. Out of the 24 professionals, 4 of them being women and 20 men. It's now slowly, it was a shotgun start in the afternoon, and it's now heading towards the finish. The morning session, of course, produced a lot of low scores, none better than Gaurav Pratap Singh at 9 under, who is in lead.
As we mentioned earlier, the leaderboard hasn't really changed on the top. Scores, all the good scores have come in the first half of the day, at least thus far. Golf is a strange game.
There's Jasmine Shekhar in this group here. Misses the fairway, into trouble. Hopefully it's not in the stream. Overshoots the green there.
Shadows are lengthening as the sun gradually sets. The Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational, day 1 of this fantastic tournament.
That's Jasmine Shekhar, one of the professionals from the WGAI.
That ball's found its place on the green. About 25 to 30 feet from the pin, but as a professional, Jasmine is expected to putt that. And there we have Ajit Agarkar, chairman of the selectors for the Indian cricket team. And hole number 7. Ajit is a very avid golfer, a recent convert, maybe 2 to 3 years ago, but he's taken to the sport like a fish does to water. The same passion that he played cricket with.
Most of the golfers now have about 4 holes left. A long day there for the operations team and our camera team out there at the Golfshire, Prestige Golfshire. So lengthening shadows will force the players to play a bit faster. But nevertheless, nevertheless, I think we are on time. Should be able to finish the round.
Bangalore being in the west coast, the sun sets just that little later. So they have that extra time. And we've got a little bit of fauna there. Four-legged friend.
I love this aerial view, which is actually quite a solid one.
The Prestige Golfshire, Bengaluru. What a golf course. Challenging yet rewarding.
Ajit Agarkar and his group were at the 7th hole. Since they started from the 10th, they have 4 holes left. Or rather, 3 holes left. They started from the 10th. So they've been playing at a pretty good pace. Nice aerial views here, good open spaces. I think there's a lot of real estate construction out there. The possibilities of more villas, lovely villas with the golf facilities are out there. Huge opportunities there.
So that's 9 under for Gaurav Pratap Singh. He set himself up well for 2 rounds that are going to follow.
But this is a very scoring golf course, so no score is too, kind of safe. And there is quite a lot of players who are within striking distance. If you look at the scores at the top, there is Gaurav Pratap Singh at 9 under, Arjun Prasad at 8, Kalin Joshi at 7, and then there's a couple of players at 6, and a big bunch at 5 under. So on a golf course like this, where the scoring opportunities exist, if you can get your putter to behave, that is a nice putt there. Does it have enough legs?
Putt.
Outstanding there. He almost drained it. It was just amazing.
A little to the right. He'd have been walking to the next tee box, all a smile. But the thing is now, they've got equally long putts.
The good thing about these amateurs is they're all giving it a go. Not afraid at all.
They've understood
another
the pace.
nice whack.
Yeah, they've understood the pace at which they have to putt. That similar results, almost.
Just a little bit more, but he's still kept it on the green itself, unless it's going to roll off to the fringe. Yes, because it just got that mound there, small one, and just rolled onto the other side. Still, of course, inside the green. But he may not need it because his partner can putt it out. a bit desolate out there in terms of the number of spectators. A long day, people have left now.
Chipped and
Oh, just going past.
as you'd mentioned, the slope is taking the ball down to the fringe. Again, similar results.
Tap in.
It's better to face an uphill putt than a downhill one. Don't you agree, sir?
Well, certainly. I mean, that's the name of the game. I mean, if you can get a good uphill putt, pace it well, you won't have to bother too much. Rather, you'll be safer.
Had this ball been on the right side of the green instead of the left, there was a chance of overshooting the green and facing yourself with another uphill putt. So now that would have been a downhill putt. So he set himself up reasonably well. Only a little closer to the green, to the pin would have helped. Get closer.
Well, he read the putt pretty okay, but I think he took far too much time.
He's
But
waiting
that's
for it
not
to-
going to be. That's not a great thing these days in golf, where everybody is expected to play much faster.
That's unfortunate. That little tap is also a stroke.
Some conversation still going on there. The thing with golf is that players have so much patience because they want to save each shot. So they sometimes get lost in a world of their own, oblivious of the time it's taking there, trying to still.
Firm
Well,
putt.
it pays off. Firm putt.
Mentioned on your screen the top five: Gaurav Pratap Singh at 9 under, Arjun Prasad at 8 under, Kalan Joshi at 7 under, and the duo of Angad Chima and Abhinav Lohan at 6 under. That's how the leaderboard looks. That's the way look it wears towards the end of round one of the Grand Thornton Kapil Dev International Invitational. So- Oh,
Standing on the lip.
this is the second time it's happened on this hole. Wait, will it fall?
The partner. Hopefully he will get that shot. This is the ninth hole. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the hole, it's not about where you're there at that point of time because it was a shotgun start. Everybody started from a different hole. So everybody will be finishing around the same time, hopefully, but at a different place.
Another brilliant aerial view of this magnificent property, Prestige Golfshire in Bengaluru, the Garden City. We have the next group on the tee there. Hole number 9. The par 4. Everybody seems to be doing the straddling the line.
Lane point, and that's what takes a lot of time.
There used to be the odd golfer who did it. Now it's become the norm. Well, not whatever works, I guess.
And then once you start believing that it works, then it's impossible to get out of the habit.
Correct. Old habits die hard.
Another last minute suggestion from his caddy.
A little to the right. Live feed 1 and live feed 2 as day 1 of the Kapil Dev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025 comes to a close. We have a very excitingly poised leaderboard. Gaurav Pratap Singh leads at 9 under, which is also a new course record at the Prestige Golfshire Bengaluru, earlier set, if that's a word, by Rahil Gangji, who was also playing this tournament. Rahil had played to 6 under about 8 years ago, in 2017. Gaurav Pratap Singh has overtaken that and scored a 9 under on day 1. Two other golfers have equaled Gangji's earlier course record. Angad Chima and Abhinav Lohan both shooting 6 under and sitting at tied 4th position. However, Arjun Prasad, who first broke Gangji's 6 under score, is sitting 2nd at 8 under, and Kalin Joshi is at 7 under. So it's a lot of exciting golf on offer in the next 2 days. Stay tuned to the channel, and if you are in Bengaluru, make sure you head straight to the Prestige Golfshire course for some world-class golfing action.
Now this on live feed 2 is a pretty unique putting action, bending almost at 90 degrees. Bit of a jab there, then willing the ball to go. Not quite.
The Three Musketeers.
Yeah, and the
Each
ball,
about
it
10.
almost looks like as if it's a putting practice session.
The wind has died down. The flag is now drooping as day one comes to an end. Slowly but surely. Exciting day of golf. Some outstanding golfing action. Some amazing golfing shots. And some very near misses. Everything that defines a good golf tournament, good golfing contest. Smooth swing, up in the air, and what a
Good
beautiful
shot.
shot! What a beautiful shot! Birdie opportunity, or was that from the fairway? Very much from the tee box. On the 15th, which has witnessed only one birdie today. Oh no, sorry. It has witnessed a little more than one, two birdies on the 15th thus far. Rohan Dhol Patil and Shamim Khan are the only two golfers who have managed to birdie this hole. We've got somebody else sitting here with a good opportunity to join that elite list.
Shadows lengthening. Still some more time. The round should safely get over today. Sneha Singh pepping up her playing partners. And there, Mr. Krop in the blue shirt beside Kirmani.
So we have one ball that's about 4 feet from the cup. The other two have some distance to cover. That's Syed Kirmani, the legendary Syed Kirmani. Let's see what he has to showcase on the par 3 15th. Member of the famous World Cup winning side of 1983, the moment that changed, the tournament that changed the fortunes of Indian cricket and indeed world cricket. कुछ फंस गया ऐसा लगा कुछ फंस गया Oh, Kirmani is on the green. What a shot. Just rolling off it off.
You said it a bit too early.
Well, he's on the fringe still. I think the second cut. Let's just say Saeed Kirwani has made the cut. So the golfers walk towards the green. And Saeed Kirmani.
Kumari. Taking his time. He knows he's had a good, decent shot.
That's Vishesh Chandiok, the tournament sponsor. Vishesh's brother Ashwin Chandiok is also playing this tournament. What a putt. That ball was aligned by the caddy, and Vishesh Chandiok didn't even take a backswing, a practice backswing. He just addressed the ball, and this is the result. What a beautiful scene. This looks like it's right out of the Lord of the Rings and aptly named Golfshire. Syed Kirmani overshoots the pin by 2.5 feet, but it's a good putt.
Sneha Singh, she's got a decent, she got about 6 to 8 feet, 6 or 7 feet. That was a confident putt out there, fully committed. Didn't spend much time. She knew the line, she saw the line, and she went for it.
Competing with 60 professional men golfers, male golfers, for the first ever time in the history of Indian golf, Indian professional golf. And this, needless to say, looks like some concept that has come to stay. You'll see a lot more of this happening. And secondly, we got amateur golfers playing in the main pro tournament alongside one third of the professional golfing field. Every day, you got one third of the professional golfing field combining with a group of amateurs to play a sort of pro am. That one third changes every day, wherein every professional golfer at some stage would have played the pro am with his amateur golfers. And what a brilliant shot that is!
That's another super shot there.
These are the kind of shots that give you a good night's sleep. Or maybe they don't, because you wind up thinking of them all night long. A slightly downhill putt. As long as you get the line right, you can be sure it will drop, but it's missing the line could prove. Oh, and he did just that. What a brilliant putt. However, had he missed that line, the pace at which the ball was traveling would have at least taken it 6 feet beyond the pin. Let's take a look at that. Firm stroke, confident, and in it goes.
Probably why he left the flagstick in, left the.
Yeah, to stop it. That's also true.
It's always a good backup. Good backup plan. You can always attack the flag a little bit more when you have that backstop available to you.
Very good point.
Another wonderful aerial shot. It actually gives you a better angle because we've been looking into the light all this time. This really gives you an idea of just how beautiful this course is. Plenty of mature trees all around. The fairways running through the water bodies, all, and in the distance, the lake. Beyond them, the Nandi Hills. Lovely part of the outskirts of Bangalore. Ponds and lakes. To the left is the clubhouse. And the 9th and 18th greens back to back over here, separated by a bunker. And that's where you finish your front 9 on the right. And just behind, partly hidden by the trees, is the 18th hole. This is the 9th fairway. And our drone boys giving you all a good look of this fairway that goes all the way from the tee box and straightens out for the green, 200 odd yards away from the flag. And call it a fader's delight. It goes left to right all the way from the tee box till the halfway down the fairway, which means that you need to bring the ball around the bend or hit over if you're good enough to do that. And this is the 10th tee box, just under the view, bird's eye view there. The tournament tee box and the blues, whites, and red tee boxes in progressive. What to do is you have to clear that big patch of brown earth and still keep it to the right. Further to the right of that, you have this enormous runoff area which makes for difficult recovery spots. And right at this turn, right to left turn ends is where the green is. It's a slopey green. Sometimes makes for very interesting and challenging putts. But a beautiful view of the late mid-evening sights in and around the Prestige Golfshire course. Jasmine Shekhar doing a bit of gardening. We'll be looking forward to a good evening's rest and early start. Tomorrow she will revert to the group of 48 that has all the professionals playing stroke play and not having to wait for the afternoon wave to play alongside the amateur. She's done with her share of the pro-am. She will now go back straight into the tournament proper. 4 ladies and 20 men will drop down from the 48 who played today in the top flight, in the top wave, morning wave. And a further 4 women and 20 men will drop down into the pro-am on Saturday, which is the third and final day. 2 crores up for grabs for all the professionals in the field, 60 men and 12 women, at this first playing of the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational at Prestige Golfshire. That always looked it will break from right to left and just kept going down that line. Remember, the professionals might be playing alongside the amateurs here, but their score will definitely count. That's a horrendous double there. She looks now to be in a hurry to get finished and get off the course. Like I was saying, all the 24 professionals playing in the Pro-Am today will have their scores counting towards the final 54-hole count. So each such drop is very, very costly. Can prove to be costly in the final analysis. And Jasmine would not be happy with what she just did here. More aerial views of the Golfshire course. This, of course, looks like the water body that faces the clubhouse. The 18th green just beyond the fountain, and the 9th green to its left. Getting a very fancy visual effect from almost directly above the fountain, which is nice. Nice bit of photography, nice positioning of the drone, nice positioning of the camera. They've been getting better and better, Ashwin, over the couple of years that we've been following the tour. Great stuff. Now he's directly above. This is inspired stuff. By the way, I think our drone pilot is also Rahul. So yeah, good stuff.
I think he heard you.
Yeah, I hope he did. Yes. Seems to have responded. Somebody there did, because the pastor told him to get closer and to the center of the fountain, which he did very well. The shadows getting longer across the turf. It's beautifully maintained. Absolutely top class venue. Looked after very well by the team from Troon who managed the course. Have a dedicated team, well trained. All of the ground staff, they're really on the ball. Oh.
Looks like it's found the bunker.
Nasty, deep bunker there. Trap the ball. The Ams will have another opportunity. This is playing the scramble, so they will use the best ball available. Hopefully, there will be better results from those who are following. Yeah, nice practice swing. Slower takeaway with some much more accurate results. This is the bunker we saw earlier, Ashwin, the one that you need steps to climb in and out of.
True.
So you definitely don't want to get anywhere near there. A bit of trouble for our event sponsor, Vishesh Chandiok of Grand Thornton. He's looking to play his way out of trouble, but he's not too sure about the result because the tree branches would have been in his line. Wouldn't have allowed him to go too high. It would have to be a flattish shot from there. Said Kirmani in the background in the light blue, waiting for his turn. There's a double whammy here because there's also the tree in the way. So it's...
Unless he does a tiger and hits between that V and the tree.
There's this wonderful Ben Hogan saying that on the first tee at the Air Force Club, a golf club in Delhi, Ashwin, just play the shot you can, not the one you think you not the one you think you should. So yes, there's a lot of learning there for amateurs. Ben Hogan, of course, one of the greatest thinkers and early sharers of wisdom in the game. His books are considered to be Bibles, and every inch of footage that he left behind is scrutinized. Some great lessons on what a swing should be, how it should start, how it should end.
Looks like Syed Kirmani is also in a similar spot.
Yeah, they have to play from the same place. It's a scramble, so
Okay.
they will. That means obviously the other balls were even in even worse position.
The best position where they play.
This is the best
Syed.
place. They picked the best placed ball and have to play from there. The professional, of course, will play his own ball because he's or she is playing for a score, which will count in the final analysis on Saturday.
But they looks like they've done a good job of it. They're back on the fairway. At least they headed there.
Well, somebody's done a better job of it than Kiri because he's picked up his ball and he will head for where they will opt to play in the scramble format, the putt for this hole. Syed Kirmani, a popular figure. Genial man, always has time for a smile and a laugh. Lots and lots of discussion going on over there, where to best play from. Slightly more positive effort that one. He's running it past the hole, which is always good. But least he should do is him to cross the pin.
At least you give yourself a chance of dropping it if you get the right line.
Leaving yourself short always makes you also feel a little disappointed, and it means sometimes have to tells you that you have not really read either the required speed or the line very well. And that's what we are always told. That aim to cross the flag at the very least. Not hit it well past miles past it, but at least cross the flag. Which means the ball will strive to get to the pin. Playing too clever or playing too conservatively can leave you well short, as we just saw with the first putt. Kirmani not looking too impressed with his own effort, but he was